Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe. His bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Send the ball in foul territory. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside Tucker. 2015 world champion. This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs. Series. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
But the game right now is at the plate. Fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so impossible, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, Luda, Raiders!
Red Omaha!
Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janice does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school, where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check, hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders!
Red Lion! Omaha!
Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What is this, Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janis does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon. I don't know much, but I know one thing. MLB draft deadline is over, but the deals aren't done yet.
Hi, I'm Ricky, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. You know, I was really excited to see Whit Merrifield go somewhere, and the non-vaccinated bastard goes to Toronto, not Atlanta. What the hell is that?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. Sitting alongside Justin Waller, I'm Mac McGee. Justin, how the hell are you, my good friend?
A little upset. You brought up a good point, and that's why I don't know that all deals have come across yet, but we're 30 minutes past the deadline, so we've heard most of them, but Mr. Merrifield's going to shoot up to play for Toronto. Yeah.
So what Mark Feinsand said was that leads you to believe that he's getting vaccinated. I can't imagine you'd trade for a guy to just play road games, right? So that one shocked the hell out of me. I thought I read something from him about a month ago that made it sound like he was hellbound and determined not to get vaccinated. And I thought to myself, that probably means National League team, because there's, much less of a chance of you running into the Blue Jays if you're in the National League in the playoffs. And lo and behold, he goes to the Blue Jays. So there had to be a conversation. If we make the trade for you, are you willing to get vaccinated? And hell, who knows? Maybe he's already gotten vaccinated. They don't update us on that because realistically, other than getting suspended, it's none of our business. I mean, not suspended, but unable to play. But if you were thinking that the Braves were done, I thought that was pretty good news. I hated losing Jesse Chavez, but we got Raciel Iglesias to come over as a power arm out of the pen. And look out, Kenley, because you might be losing your closes. Your saves, I mean.
Not opposed to it. I like the addition of Odorizzi as well. You move Will Smith, and based on the year, I think that that's a good move. For whatever reason, he has not been the Will Smith we anticipated. And I think it leaves an opening also. You say, watch out, Kenley Jansen, but the addition of Odorizzi and the arms you have healthy when Soroka comes back, does Strider make a move. We talk about it, but I still think you give that young man and you put him on the back of that pen and let him have it.
So this is what I feel about it. I would like to see them go to a 6-man rotation because I would like to see these guys fresh, excuse me, going into the playoffs. And then it's an audition, right? And who's ever pitching the best gets that 3rd and 4th slot. Cause I think we pretty much know it's going to be Wright and Fried, right? As your 1-2 punch. I have it backwards. It would be Fried and Kyle Wright. And then your number 3 guy, they probably would go to the veteran of Morton, but man, Strider's so damn good. And I get everyone's infatuation with put him in the back, put him in the bullpen, save his arm, blah, blah, blah. But man, there is something about a gunslinger coming to the mound in a game 3, because we could be in an elimination game in a game 3 in the first round of the playoffs or just whatever, but you bring him in and he can give you 5-6 good innings. Man, there's something about that.
There he is, but if he gets in any trouble, he's a pitcher that's going to struggle that 3rd time around. I don't think you get through it clean in today's league, especially with the DH. I mean, he doesn't get his out, and I'm from the aspect of I want to have, when I march out my Rivera, I want my Sandman walking through the door, and it's going to be punched out. And I think that is a young man that can be that guy. He has that mentality and that attack. I would like to see it.
Let's look at this honestly.
But I will never argue it, to your point. If you get me through 5 or 6 and you get me that quality start and I'm in a 1-run ball game, hey, you've done your job, and I'll take it every single time. I don't care the name on the back of the jersey.
Today, and look, I might be off by this by a little bit, but today, Justin, there's just not that many damn people that go more than 2 times through the order without them at least warming the pen up, right? Like you start getting that 3rd time, they're like, oh, I'm not saying get ready, but get ready, right? And so that's why I like to see him. Also, the thing is too, we don't know, hell, injury could happen to any of these guys, God forbid. And I would like to see them all stretched out, because when we go into the playoffs, you're going to pick your best 4 in a long series, your best 3 in the first series. But let's say you get past round 1, and God bless, it looks like it could be against the damn Padres, which that should be illegal. The whole thing they got going on there is illegal. But if let's say we get past them, we're limping past them, and you get to game 4 of the playoffs, but game 1 against, we'll just say the Mets, could be the Brewers, Cardinals, whatever. It would be nice to have another gun right there ready to roll. So let's say you do go Charlie Morton in a game 3, or you go elsewhere. Strider could be your game 1 guy that has to go toe to toe with, I guess it would be Scherzer if you're playing the Mets.
I say it's all illegal. There's no way this should be possible. At least they moved Lamet. You had to move an arm. At least you did that. But you know what?
Brewers. That's not.
I don't even care. It doesn't matter. They're chasing. What are they? 12 games back with 2 months to play. You're chasing for a wild card, and Phillies are right behind them, if I'm correct. What they're
really trying to do is that they're trying to chase us down to be able to host the wild card. Because right now, as it stands, I've got the standings in front of me. We are 4.5 games in front of the San Diego Padres, who, by the way, are crushing Colorado. They're playing a doubleheader today. So it'll be 4 games by the end of this game. One of their guys who isn't supposed to be very good just hit a home run. Cronenworth, one of his scrubs. One of his guys we would love to have playing second for us right now. But I guess what I'm getting at is, man, we might need a 5-6 man rotation going into October, because you get past that first go around. Supposedly there's not going to be much of downtime between round 1. So I believe Major League Baseball season ends on a Wednesday, and the playoffs are going to start on Friday, and they might start on Saturday for some teams, but you get my drift. So let's say you have to go straight into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you get out of there. Your series is going to start again on Tuesday, which means the guy you threw out on Friday, unless you're going to put him on short rest, he doesn't need to go until game 2. So let's say it's the Braves. Let's say it's the Mets squaring off in the second series of the playoffs. Man, I'd feel a lot better having Strider versus Scherzer than, and no disrespect to them, but just the way that they've pitched this year, I'd much rather have that than Odorizzi or Ian Anderson versus Scherzer. And then freaking DeGrom goes next. Gotta love that.
I don't love any of it. Why can't we have nice shiny toys?
Dude,
what's your shock of the day, though? Those don't even touch.
I'll tell you what my
the shock of the
day is. First of all, my number one shock of the week, I leaped out of my damn seat and scared the crap out of my dog last night when I saw the 10 years, $212 million flashing for Austin Riley. I went, hell yeah, baby. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. I was really worried about that. But my shock of the day was that after they bring in Hader and Soto and Bell, they get the guy I wanted, Brandon Drury. I wanted either Drury or I wanted Merrifield. I kept hearing things that Hap wasn't going to happen, that they were going to hold on to him. But I wanted Drury for the Braves. Drury can play infield. He can play outfield. He's a right-handed power bat. What the hell? Let's go. Instead, we go out and get some scrub who's batting nothing for the Tigers. Boy, he's a switch hitter, though. Hey, he's a switch hitter. He's got 2 home runs this year. Now, he had 20-something last year. Now, supposedly his splits, right-handed bat this year, he's hit really well against lefties, and that's why they got him. And it didn't cost him anything. But, man, can we try to win? I mean, last year with the bats, you felt like, all right, something might be happening here, right? Because even though they were having down years per se, you knew what Jock Peterson could do. You knew what Soler could do. Rosario was a bit of a question mark because of the injury, but I had kind of a pep in my step there. I do have a pep in my step this time around, but it's for the pitching because Odorizzi and Iglesias compared to Rich Rod last year. I mean, it's not even a competition.
My shock of the day is that the Yankees traded Montgomery.
Yeah. What was that?
Who gives up a starting pitcher?
I guess they figured that they don't have Montas. And I'm with you. I would have thought they would have put Montgomery in the bullpen.
That was the shock to me. And I mean, kudos to Cardinals. I mean, Cardinals, they did pretty well. It's going to be interesting if the Cubs are maybe in a situation where they held on some pieces, because we all thought Happ and Contreras would be moved, and they both stay place unless something has happened I've missed in the last 10 minutes. I didn't see either one of them move before the deadline or before we got on air. So, man, I don't know. That Cardinals added a lot of pieces. I like what they did. It was a surprise they didn't get a catcher. I really thought that would be something they would bring in. Especially, I didn't think they could put a deal with the Cubs together, but there's always ways around that they could have gotten one of these guys. Vasquez was out there, winded up going to the Astros. That was my big one of the day, and then Hosmer pulling the no trade clause, but still getting moved to the Red Sox, and the deal still being pulled off was pretty phenomenal in itself. So it makes me even more mad that it happened, and that the entire state of California just has way too much money to put any sort of sports team on the field. Big Ten, I hope you enjoy USC and UCLA, and I'll come back to baseball.
You know, Hosmer going to the Red Sox, and they're picking up pretty much the entire $44 million contract. The Padres are, just to get rid of him. It makes you think to yourself, God dog it, I wish we had somewhere to put him, right? Because unfortunately, you got old fat boy Zuna. Zuna stuck in the quagmire for the next 2.5 seasons, and we're just I know people keep thinking we're going to move it. It's not happening. We're not moving Ozuna. It's just it's never going to happen.
If you do, it will be just like Hosmer got moved, where you're going to pay the bill.
Yeah, or you're just going to DFA him anyways, right? It's all of that is pretty much a wrap as far as thinking that we're going to be able to move him. I'm happy that we got the pitching that we got, but I kept waiting for something to come across the wire that we were going to get a legitimate bat. I get it. We're getting Ozzy back, hopefully in about 2 or 3 weeks. Could be a little longer, but regardless, by the playoffs. But is that going to fix everything? I mean, Acuna's got to start hitting. And I don't think we have the mix and matches that we had last year. I know they were hoping to get lightning in a bottle with Cano, but that obviously did not happen.
I'm firing our stat guy, by the way, because I've been asked 3 times, still hadn't received it yet. But do you remember average runs per game last year? I feel like 6 to 7's not out of the question. It was on the high end of 5, had to be in the average per game. And you're not touching that this season. The run support is not there, and it's a glaring difference.
We were starting to get that run production around just before the All-Star break and right after it. It still has it. We're still one of the most dangerous offenses in all of baseball, but that's because it's literally home run or nothing. If we don't hit a home run, we don't do a whole hell of a lot else. And that's going to be the biggest problem with that, is that we get in the playoffs and it can change. You can change an offense in a heartbeat with something. I mean, a game in a heartbeat with that, but you can also go through 2-3 consecutive games where you put out nothing and you get those big nothing burgers. And then everyone's cussing out the bullpen for giving up 1 run. It's like, dude, we're not scoring. It's not their fault.
Or it could just completely, you get caught into, you run into a buzzsaw in the first 2 games, or let's say you go down 1 and then you have to change your entire approach. You can't get up there and swing free and play for small ball. It's home run or bust, like you said, and you see a lot of strikeouts, a lot of pop flies. I mean, just silly outs, and you speed the game up, and you really limit your scoring opportunities. And then when you do get them in, you're never actually advancing your runners, and it's frustrating to watch, especially when you've seen this lineup top to bottom just be stacked to where you couldn't pitch around it if you tried. Which I'm now glad that we can pitch around Juan Soto.
Yeah, I think. Thank God that SOB went out west. I know he's still in the NL, but have fun with that, Dodgers. Dude, that offense is stupid. It is stupid. I mean, the guy that gets overshadowed in this deal that would legitimately be our starting designated hitter if we had room to chuck Ozuna somewhere is Josh Bell.
Nobody's mentioning it.
Johnny, he's a phenomenal pitch hitting first baseman, but his defense does suck. But his hitting, that's all you need him for. He is what we were trying to get when we signed Ozuna, and Ozuna's just been, Ozuna's just so hit or miss. And this, and for people who are not aware of this isn't like previous years. This started, I think, last year, but this isn't like previous years. There is no other movement. It's done. It's done. So you don't get the waiver wire moves, none of that stuff. If you didn't get the guy, it's over. So that's another thing that you can't pull the waiver wire trades. I believe you can still get guys off the waiver wire. I'm hoping against hope that somehow Jesse Chavez finds his way back to Atlanta, right? I'm just a big Jesse Chavez fan. I mean, I almost went out and got his damn glasses, and I don't even need a prescription. But I almost went out and got his glasses because I was like, "Let's go, man." I was Tucker Davidson hurts a little bit, but I was really disappointed to see Jesse Chavez because he's a guy that can eat innings in August and September, building you into the playoffs. He's also a perfect guy that if you get in trouble in the World Series, the playoffs, the first round, wherever, you can put him in to kind of absorb some blows for a couple of innings, right? And not wear out the rest of your bullpen. But you look at the way our bullpen looks now, Now, the one thing that is obvious and missing is a dominant lefty, because Minter and Matzik have struggled a little bit. I do think they're going to get back on track, so that doesn't concern me as much. But we're very right-handed heavy, and I thought we would go out and get a lefty, and we did not. That shocked me.
I'm just still in shock. I was watching all the injuries and players to be coming back into August 1st of September, and the Padres are adding Tatis Jr. for goodness sake.
You know, you talk about length in a lineup.
Forgot he was even on the roster because he's been sitting on the IL. And
I mean,
by the way, they're getting him back. How do you play all these guys?
That's the only thing that could keep them from, like, you know, succeeding, is some infighting in the locker room. Here's the other thing that shocked me. And you know, you talk about something that shocks you, dude. The Mets did nothing, as far as I know. I could be wrong. Maybe something happened at the very last minute, but as far as I know, the Mets,
nothing major.
They haven't done anything. Look, they brought in, what's the guy's name? The left-handed hitter from used to be an Indian.
You're breaking your rule, buddy. I can't help you on that one.
I was looking at his name. Where is it? Naquin, Tyler Naquin. I always want to call him Naylor because there's another guy that's in Cleveland now named Naylor, and their names are two. Tyler Naquin. So they brought him in, and they brought Big Fat Vogelbach in. That's it, though. The Mets? Thought Steve Cohen was old ramma-jamma-lamma-ding-dong, going to blow us away. Thought he was going to go out there and get Soto, and I thought he was going to do this and going to do that. The team that scares me the most out of all this wheeling and dealing, dude, the Astros just got a lot better.
Yes, they did.
Not counting the Will Smith thing. They're going to find that out the hard way. But I'm talking about the rest of what they did. I mean, could we have gotten some of that Mancini? What the hell? That guy's not even going to start for them. He's going to be sitting at the end of the bench.
I still like the Vasquez addition, Christian Vasquez.
Yeah, that too.
I really like that addition. I think the Astros got a lot better. I think they had a good draft or trade deadline, not a draft.
I thought they did a phenomenal job. They moved guys around and slipped it. And look, they knew that they have McCullers coming back, so there's no need to realistically have Odorizzi. Odorizzi would be in their bullpen, so, and they were looking for lefty. And look, who knows? The one thing about Will Smith is change of scenery. I mean, the guy still throws a pretty nasty pitch. I love the fact that the only way we're going to run into him is if we go into the World Series. Because I could just see him, like if we would have traded him to wherever in the National League, that he ends up closing out the game that knocks us out of the playoffs. I do feel like that we kind of gave him a bad rap because the guy was shut down, absolute shutdown for us last year in the playoffs and the World Series, unhittable. And we went out and grabbed Kenley Jansen. And I know that they double checked with him and said, "Are you okay with it?" He said, "I just wanted to win." And okay, you just wanted to win, but then we go and trade you, right? At least they didn't. I will say this: at least they didn't trade him to a non-contender, because that would have been really dirty. But how about the Iglesias trade? I think one thing that might be getting missed from a lot of Braves fans who are not familiar with them. Okay. He's at the beginning of was it a 3 or 4 year deal? So we've got our closer lined up for the next several years.
And unfortunately plays on a roster that a lot of people don't get to see and aren't familiar with the movement in his heat. And it's a fun pitcher to watch. It's hard to pick up the ball, and I think Braves fans are really going to enjoy it. I have a question with Odorizzi and Houston going that route, knowing the way that their roster is. That somewhere that you see Odorizzi fitting into this lineup? Is he going into the pen, or is he going to stretch us out for the.
Well, I think he's going to go into the rotation for the regular season, but I think he'd be in the bullpen in the playoffs. I don't see him, barring an injury, I don't see him starting over Fried, Wright, and then most likely it would be God, it's really going to be interesting to see how they do that. I would pick Strider, but they're probably going to go Morton. And then what does Ian Anderson turn into?
Where do you work in Anderson? And Morton was my questions with the addition of Odorizzi. And if you're already questioning Strider and you don't know and you want to keep him in the rotation, then one of them has to go in that spot. And maybe it's a middle inning, it's your setup, and that's where you get Odorizzi into this lineup. I don't know. Or if Morton and Anderson continue their ups and downs, then maybe that's a place for Anderson.
Well, the thing about Odorizzi, he has the experience coming out of the pen and coming out of the pen in the playoffs. So I love that part of it. And it's not as easy as people think to just say, well, we're just going to throw you in the pen, or we're just going to put you in the rotation. If you're not familiar with that and you expect them to perform big time in October, you may not know what you're going to get. I think
how many John Smoltzes have there been?
What's that?
How many John Smoltzes have there been? It just doesn't happen.
No, it's John Smoltz, Dennis Eckersley, and that's about the list. I feel like in all likelihood, our fourth starter in the playoffs is going to be Ian Anderson. If he's pitching okay, even if he's just pitching okay, because of what he did in the playoffs last year. First of all, he looked phenomenal. Was it Saturday that he pitched? So you feel good about that. That was by far his best start of the year. But it wasn't like he was going up against a murderer's row this past weekend, right? But he looked great. I think that when you hit the playoffs, especially if you can get past that first round, I think you're going to have Strider and you're going to have Odorizzi lingering out in that pen. And when you go get one of them, the thought process is it's not just to come in for an inning, right? It's going to be for 2 innings, maybe more.
Unless we chase down the Mets, you're not going to have the luxury of setting your rotation. You're going to have to fire all bullets. And then what do you do in that next round? So there's a lot of questions to be answered.
I'll throw something else at you. What if you go into the final series, which is against Miami? I believe it's a road series. It's the one that we should have played at the beginning of the year and it got bounced back. And the Mets are playing someone terrible. I think it's the Nationals. At that point, they're going to be playing like the single A team. And you're a game behind, right? Man, honestly, I think I start setting my rotation then and just concede defeat and go, look, if we can win with the guys that we're going to roll out here, that's great. But I want to be ready for game 1 against the San Diego Padres. And here's hoping the damn thing's in Atlanta, because that's going to be rough if we have to go out to San Diego. I think if it's in Atlanta, even with all their star power, I think we can find a way to get them.
David Robertson, forgot about that. Moving from the Cubs to the Phillies.
What the hell?
The Phillies are going all in, and they're chasing
Noah Syndergaard. Yeah. Now look, I know he's not who he was back in 2015 when they went to the World Series, but still, they went after someone.
They are sitting right there, and I just we're only 2 games ahead of the Padres in the wild card, so that's not a lot of cushion. We're 6.5 games ahead of the line, but no, excuse me, we're 4. Their Padres are 2.5 games ahead of Phillies. We're 4.5 games ahead. I looked at that incorrectly. Sorry.
Yeah, we're 4.5 in front of San Diego.
And the Phillies are only 2 back of San Diego.
We are 6.5 in front of Philly. Then St. Louis is sitting right outside the door. We're 7.5 in front of them. And then the only other team that even had to prayer was San Francisco. And they are I'm sorry, but San Francisco's not making the damn plus.
No.
San Francisco is 5.5 games behind Philadelphia, and they would have to leapfrog Philadelphia and the St. Louis Cardinals to get into the playoffs.
One shocker. Are you surprised Lopez didn't get picked out of Miami?
They still have control over him, so not really. I was a little surprised his name was being thrown around there. I know he struggled a little bit recently, but not really. I have to look at the big picture of you go into next year and you want to be competitive. If you got Sandy Alcantara and you can straighten out Lopez, which I'm sure you can, and then they've got a pitching staff. They got Luzardo. I mean, that Edward Cabrera is coming back. They've got one of the better pitching staffs, or at least starting rotations in all of Major League Baseball. If they can figure out their bullpen, the Marlins could be scary one year. They could be a team that could sneak into the playoffs. But I was extremely surprised Wilson Contreras didn't get moved. I thought for sure that was going to start blinking.
Well, that's where I thought the Mets were going. And it seemed like it was Contreras or bust. They missed out on Soto. They missed out on Contreras, and they had no other options or interest, I guess. They didn't have any fillers or attack plan because
I'll tell you this.
Nothing major else is jumping out at me.
Nothing against Iglesias, but when I hear the Braves made a trade for an Anaheim Angel, that ain't the pitcher I wanted. I wanted that young man that could also go out there and play some left field if we needed to.
I think the Angels made it apparent that their ask was, unreasonable because, that was.
It's got to be.
I mean, when you say you're willing to listen to calls, that's like, hey, if you want to be dumb, call me. But if not, don't bother. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying with a comment like that.
Like, if you had him, even though you knew you weren't going to actually get him, sign him, what would you sell him for when he still has another year left? I mean, it's got to be like 8 to 10 prospects I got to be thinking. The ask will go down by next year. By next year, someone's going to put the kind of package together that the Padres put together. But it's going to have to be a team that feels like they can sign him once they get him into camp. And
that's why the Mets waited.
That might be why the Mets waited. I mean, if you're the Mets and you could sign someone like Ohtani, you could really get your fan base energized. But you start the conversation with Ohtani at $500 million. You start the conversation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not a penny below. And I don't even think that's the starting. I mean, that's what Juan Soto was asking. I mean, is that
someone just put in the chat? Who is the best hitter in baseball, Ozuna or Bauer?
Bauer. He doesn't miss. Always makes contact.
Man, the only thing that I'm disappointed in is I thought we would get a better bat. And that's it. Other than that, I'm okay. I'm okay with it, with what Atlanta did. I thought we were going to get a Merrifield. I thought we were going to get an Ian Happ. And when you start seeing all the cards tumble down, and you're like, man, that's not happening.
I would have liked to have seen another bat, but I would have liked to have seen a legit arm come into the rotation. I wanted another big arm. Why couldn't we have picked up Castillo or gone after Montas?
I was pissed when I saw Robertson went to the Phillies, and I'm no longer pissed because I see we got Iglesias. And the one thing about Robertson that I do remember from when he was with the Yankees and other places, he has the tendency to get the yips sometimes. He's had a phenomenal year this year, but sometimes he goes out there in the bright lights of big city. Look, he's been playing for the Cubs for the last several years or the last couple of years. And there's not a lot of pressure on you closing out a Cubs game right now. He wasn't the Cubs closer in 2016, but that was the reason why the Yankees let him go by the wayside. It's because he was starting to falter. But when we didn't get him, I was like, man. And then I see Iglesias. I didn't even think of him being out there, even being obtainable, because he just signed the deal this year. I know we were in the mix to get him at the free agency, but that shocked the hell out of me. I'll tell you something else that kind of goes on the radar too with the Phillies. Dude, that Brandon Marsh, he can swing the bat, and he gives them a good platoon player out there in the outfield, because Nick Castellanos has not been hitting the way they thought he would hit. And did you see they took the pins out of Bryce Harper today? So he's going to start some kind of assignment here in the near future. I'm still shocked that the Mets did nothing.
I mean, Darren Ruff, that's about the biggest. What is that, a DH edition?
Yeah, he can play first base and outfield, and he's one of those gritty guys off the bench. But that's not a seismic move, especially considering they've got an elite closer. But to get to Diaz, sometimes it's a struggle. We're gonna
Michael
find
Givens doesn't move the needle either.
The perfect timing of this trade. I don't mean to cut you off. We're about to play 5 games in 4 days against the Mets, which means you have to use an extra pitcher, which means Rizzi came in just in time. And when the Mets are out there fluffing around Lugo or something out there on a bullpen game, we'll have Jake Odorizzi out there or Strider out there kicking it.
Hopefully turn up Michael Givens, because that's the only other addition I see that's worth noting for the Mets. Ruff and Givens.
I didn't see they got Givens, but that's not a seismic move.
I mean, he wasn't the largest end of that. It was Robertson. If you go into the Cubs pen, their closer, that's the arm that moved. If you were the Mets, I would have preferred that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't even know that they got Givens, but I mean, that's an afterthought. That's like someone getting a really good player from the Tigers, and we're over here going, yeah, but man, we got Robbie Grossman. Look out, let's go.
I feel like the Twins traded the Tigers for their starting roster. Seems like everybody cleaned out Detroit. So sorry, Sean.
You know something? When I first heard the rumbles, I see a thing in the chat about when I first heard the rumbles about DeGrom coming to Atlanta, I scoffed and laughed at it. But now I was listening to New York radio a couple of times over the last week or so. They're convinced he's going to Atlanta. Because one thing I did not know about DeGrom, it's not so much that he wants to be a Brave. He hates the city of New York, hates living there, hates playing there. I did not know that. And now I'm like, okay, we might have a shot at this. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people out there making moves for him, but damn, we've got a legitimate shot if we can make a move for a DeGrom by next year. Of course, I mean, I don't know if I want to give him a long-term deal, because first of all, he's going to ask for the moon and stars, and the dude's like going to be like 35 next year. And every time he sneezes, you got to wonder if he's throwing his back out.
But you just watch his debut on MLB Network tonight, his MLB debut, and you just reminisce about the good old days.
You get a chance to see his first and last appearance of 2022.
Tonight.
We did nothing, and now we don't have nothing in there. And Tyler McGill's hurt, and then the whole 9 yards. That's going to be a nasty bit. By the way, the Rockies are trying to help us out a little bit. They've pulled within 2. It's a 7-5. Dude, Trent Grisham, who's a pretty damn good player, and they haven't even added Soto and Bell. This dude's batting 9th in their order.
Where do you put them all? Is Trent
Grisham? He'd be hitting leadoff for the Braves.
Absolutely. Will Myers still on that roster? Did he get traded away and I've missed it?
He's another one that they're saying he's odd man out. I don't know what the hell's going to happen to him. I don't know if he'll just get DFA, but he can't get traded, but he's still owed some money. But maybe the Braves will be active and able to pick. I still think you can still pick guys up, but that all goes in pecking order. So teams in front of us with worse records, so like the Phillies, et cetera, they're going to, they get first dibs. And you just have to hope that, the guy that you want is someone that they want. we need to get ready for the ball game. What is your walk-off for the day, sir?
Mets and Nationals are playing. Here's to both losing. I just hope DeGrom or Syndergaard grows his hair back out, so we got something to be mad at other than Floby. I mean, I hope they share their Floby.
Man, the Nationals are going to look like. I mean, seriously, the Nationals are playing the Mets tonight, and they've traded away their entire franchise. I don't know if I can name 5 Nationals right now.
Matt, this is the only way Mets fans are happy right now is that at least we didn't trade our superstars away.
The only thing Nats fans are saying is, yeah, but we're still on the hook for freaking Pat Corbin's $140 million deal. Thank you very much for that one. I think they either got 2 or 3 more years for that garbage. All right, brother, we will see you next week. We normally do this on Fridays, but trading deadline has decided to do it tonight. And get ready for Braves baseball. We'll be back in a flash. And first pitch is on the way. Spencer Strider versus Nelson and the Phillies. We'll be back in just a moment.
Goodbye, sweetheart. It's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide, for the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red.
hi, and how the hell are you? Good evening from coast to coast. Pull up an armchair. It's time, boys and girls, for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. The Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies, and I'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play for you. We'll also keep you updated on what the Mets are doing, talk about the MLB trade deadline. Would love to hear y'all's thoughts. Throw it in the chat there. As we are getting set for Braves baseball, we are just a few moments away. The Phillies leading off tonight will be Kyle Schwarber in left field, Rhys Hoskins batting second and playing first, Alec Bohm playing third and batting third. Real Muto is the catcher and batting cleanup. Nick Castellanos playing right field and batting fifth. Hall, the designated hitter, batting sixth. Stott, the second baseman, he's batting seventh. Vierling playing center and batting eighth. And Didi Gregorius batting ninth and playing short. The Braves on the infield from around the horn from third to first. It's Riley, Dansby, Arcia, and Olson. William Contreras is behind the plate tonight with the stash. Spencer Strider on the hill. Spencer Strider 5-3 with a 2.91 ERA in 80 innings, 120 strikeouts. Unbelievable. A 102 whip and a 177 batting average against. In the outfield, patrolling left will be Eddie Rosario. Michael Harris the second in center, and Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field. Designated hitter tonight is Ozuna. The Braves lineup looks like this. It'll be Acuna, Dansby, Olson, Riley, and Rosario batting fifth. Then Contreras, Ozuna, Arcia, and Harris. We are about ready for Braves baseball on a beautiful night here in Atlanta, Georgia. Braves wearing the all whites, the home whites with the Braves across the chest and the tomahawk underneath. And the first pitch by Strider is a 96-mile-an-hour warm-up fastball outside, and it's 1-0. Philadelphia Phillies are wearing their road grays with Phillies across the chest in red and red numerals as the 1-0 pitch is fouled back. Fastball again, it's 1-1. Kyle Schwarber with 33 home runs on the year, 66 RBI, but batting just 204. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. 99-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 1-2. That'll send Riley over into shallow right field as the Braves go into the shift. We're just getting going here. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. 0-0 your score. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Slider on the inner cut, and he went right over it, mistimed it, and there's one away. Atlanta Braves have been busy in the trading deadline. More on that as we go along here. If you missed it after the deadline at 6 p.m., it was announced, 15, 20 minutes afterwards, that Yasiel Iglesias, the closer for the Angels, remember he used to be out in Cincinnati, hard-throwing righty, as the first pitch from Strider misses up and in, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Rhys Hoskins, 20 home runs, 48 RBIs, and an 812 OPS from the right side of the plate. Strider gets a time called by the umpire. There's something going on in the outfield, and we'll wait for them to get that situated. But Iglesias is coming over. He'll have 3 years of control. So the Braves are set in their bullpen going forward next year, as the first pitch to Hoskins second pitch to Hoskins is a fastball low and below the knees. It's 2-0. If you missed it last night, the 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 98-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf inside. It's 2-1. Will Smith is no longer an Atlanta Brave. The Braves send him packing to the Houston Astros. In exchange, they get Jake Odorizzi for their rotation. The 2-1 pitch fastball, watching all the way, called strike 2, evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 delivery from Strider. Slider swung on and deep into the hole, backhanded by Swanson. He fires it across the diamond, a one-hopper into Olsen's glove, and there's 2 away. Great defensive play by Swanson, and not to be ignored when Swanson had to go to his left and throw across his body. Austin Riley dove down below to make sure he had a clear path. Good play by Swanson, good play by Riley to get out of the way, and a good play by Matt Olson having to backhand that and stretch. Here's the first pitch on the way to Alec Bohm. Fastball at the knees, outer edge, and it's 0-1. That ball barely kissed the black on the outer edge and right there at the knees. Good pitch by Strider. That's one of those you just tip your cap and keep moving if you're Bohm. The 0-1 slider swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Little programming note to make here. This week, we are going to bring you Thursday night and Friday night as the Atlanta Braves start a 5-game series with the New York Mets. The 0-2 pitch from Strider is a slider just outside and off the plate, taken all the way by Bohm. It's 1-2. 5-game series in which the Braves are in New York, playing Thursday night, Friday night, a doubleheader Saturday, Sunday. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, slider in the dirt, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So Strider gets it going. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 strikeouts. We head to the top of the first inning. Acuna grabs the bat. It's 0-0 in Atlanta.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council. Sit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies just getting going here. Trying to figure out what is going on with the Braves, and there we go. Did not notice that it had not loaded. So here we go. We are getting ready for pitch number 1 in the bottom of the first inning. Atlanta 0, Philadelphia, nothing. Nick Nelson digs in, righty versus righty matchup to Acuna in the first pitch. It's a fastball inside. Acuna bends out of the way. It's 1-0. Nick Nelson 3-1 on the year with a 3.94 ERA, a 131 WHIP, and a 227 batting average against. He's only given up one home run in 48 innings. The 1-0 pitch is a changeup swung over the top, and it's 1-1. Braves would really like to get Acuna going here. Trade deadline was today at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll be going over all the moves and shakes of the day from all the teams. The 1-1 pitch is fastball fouled back out of play. 97-mile-an-hour fastball that Acuna sends in to the upper deck down the first base line. It's 1-2. Atlanta brings in Iglesias for the bullpen. Odorizzi. Robbie Grossman is, of course, going to be the outfield piece that they get from Detroit. The 1-2 pitch swing and hit high, but not very deep into right field. Underneath it and playable. It's Castellanos. He gets it. It's 1 away. That brings Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson, in his great season as he's heading towards free agency, he's batting .296 with 15 home runs, a .468 slug. And the first pitch to Dansby is low and away. It's 1-0. How about that haul that the San Diego Padres brought in? My word. They get Juan Soto, Josh Bell, the 1-0 pitch. Fastball outside, misses. It's 2-0. Josh Hader from the Milwaukee Brewers. They got Brandon Drury. The list goes on and on and on. The 2-0 pitch to Swanson, swung on and grounded deep into the hole. Gregorius has it. He backhands it, throws it over across the diamond. It'll be late, and Dansby Swanson has an infield single. Gregorius, very similar to the play that Swanson had to make in the first inning. Bohm did not do as good a job as Austin Riley did getting out of the way. I don't think that had anything to do with it. I don't think he would have gotten him anyways with Swanson's speed, but he did have to throw it over Bohm. That brings Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson digs in from the left-hand side, and here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball, misses wide. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 0-1 pitch, he's going to flip it over to first to keep Dansby Swanson close by. Nelson looks in and gets the sign from Real Muto. The 0-1 delivery. And here's the pitch in the dirt. Down low, it's 1-1. Matt Olson batting .253 on the year. Of course, he had that incredible walk-off run. Riley hit it in the gap, but it was Olson that went first to home. Fastest I've ever seen him run on Sunday afternoon. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Rick Nelson working a lot slower than Strider does. Nick Nelson, excuse me. I don't know how many times I'm going to do that. You old timers don't know who I mean by when I say Rick Nelson. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Nelson, and it is outside, misses wide. It's 2-2. Look like the changeup. Standing on deck is Austin Riley, who just inked a 10-year extension. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt and way inside. It's full count now at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch from Nelson. He digs in and swing and a miss, strike 3, and it's going to be a strike him out, throw him out as Dansby Swanson was going on the throw, and he gets gunned down by a mile, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves got something going. It was quickly ended, and that'll end the inning. We'll head back to the field. It's 0-0 in Atlanta.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Nat. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable.
2nd and 10. Empty set. Look downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal.
Slant. Punt. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punts the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies scoreless in the top of the second. And the first pitch is swung on by Real Muto, grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He guns him down, and there's one away. Austin Riley signing that 10-year, $212 million deal, keeping him in Atlanta through the 2033 season. Braves are going to have their infield, not counting Dansby Swanson, locked up through the 27 season. And Dansby Swanson, a free agent, Braves will be definitely going after him in the offseason, as the first pitch from Strider is 99-mile-an-hour fastball that misses wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball down hard of the plate, taken for a strike, and it evens the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 1-1 pitch, slider, high top shelf, misses, and it's 2-1. Atlanta comes into this game 3.5 behind the New York Mets. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike two, 99-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf outer edge. And a 2-2 count to Castellanos. Braves would like to make up some ground tonight, but Jacob deGrom, the 2-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. First 100-mile-an-hour fastball of the night from Strider. Jacob deGrom's making his 2022 debut against the lowly Nationals, who've traded away the majority of their team. The 2-2 is fouled off the screen, and we'll do it again at 2-2. It is scoreless in Washington as the Nationals try to upset the Mets. Assuming everything goes to plan, deGrom would be set to pitch against the Braves on Sunday afternoon. The 2-2 misses low for a ball, full count to Castellanos. Max Scherzer would be set to pitch Saturday, with most likely a bullpen game for the Mets on Saturday as well. The 3-2 swung on and hit hard into left field. Cutting it off is Rosario. He'll get it back into the infield quickly. Castellanos held to a single. It's a 1-out single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Saw an interesting column yesterday. So not only do they have these young kids locked up, but in about 4 or 5 years, when they go back to the bargaining table for a new television deal, which will get them out of the terrible one that they've been in for 20-something years that AOL signed for them years ago. As the first pitch to Hall, the designated hitter, is a slider, misses high. It's 1-0. Derek Hall batting .244 on the year, 789 OPS, 5 home runs from the left side. Braves are in a full-blown shift. Riley is about 15 feet left of the second base bag. Everyone else is to the right of it. The 1-0 pitch is a slider, misses inside, but swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. The interesting part of that conversation that they had about the Braves locking those kids up, the 1-1 pitch is a fastball at the knees. It's 1-2. They expect at that point, when they sign that new deal for a new television deal, the Braves will leapfrog into about somewhere around the top 5 in Major League Baseball of market value and able to sign. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit hard down the right field line. It's going to go fair. Arcia's chasing it. He gets it, and he's going to fire it towards home plate. Castellanos is going to score from first to home. It's 1-0 Philly. To take another look at that, you would have thought Acuna would have been closer to that ball. It went in a weird place just over the right field bag, and it hit Olson's glove. When it hit Olson's glove, it lost some speed, so Arcia had to try to chase it down. So what should have been a hard hit ball that probably would have made it to Acuna had no chance. He was playing about right center as the first pitch is on the way to Stott, and he takes it for a ball. It's 1-0. That little tip of the glove slowed the ball down and rattled into the corner right before you get to the right field area, right in that no man's land area. The 0-1 from Strider swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. But with the Braves having their young guys locked up for the next several years, and then going into that next echelon of being able to sign guys, this is a Braves team that ought to be really good for the next decade. The 0-2 pitch from Strider swung on and missed strike 3, and that's out number 2. 99-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf, outer edge, and there's 2 away. Nice pitch by Spencer Strider. Atlanta also brought back here Adrianza. That's not a big move by Atlanta, but it does give them some depth as far as being able to pinch run, play all over the infield. As the first pitch to Vierling misses low and away, it's 1-0. Remember, Adrianza was on the team last year. He went 0 for 20 for the season. Signed with the Nationals in the offseason. He was DFA'd, and the Braves brought him back. In the trade, they sent Trey Harris to Washington. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone, misses high, and it's 2-0. Standing on deck is the left-handed hitting DJ Gregorius. Phillies were busy as well at the trading deadline. They got David Robertson from the Cubs, the closer. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play over the first base dugout. Phillies 1, Braves nothing. The 2-1 swing and a miss, strike 2. Good pitch by Strider. Fastball right down Main Street, and Vierling could not catch up. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. The 2-2 pitch from Strider. He kicks and deals, and fastball swung on and fouled down the right field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Apologize for the scoreboard. There's something wrong technically with their scoreboard. I've tried refreshing it a million times, and it's doing it on all applications. See if we can find a better. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off. Slider. Vierling making Strider work. Phillies 1, Braves nothing. Top of the second inning. 2 outs. Runner on second. The 2-2 from Strider. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Philadelphia Phillies put 1 on the board on a seeing eye single off the glove of Olsen. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. It's 1-0 Philadelphia.
Yellow. What delay industries? You're way off. Well, yeah, that's the right number, but this is an apartment. What? No problem. How did you know who they wanted? And you want to be my latex cell.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. And nobody. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has.
It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. It's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies. Philly leads at 1-0. The first pitch is a fastball that misses wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Nelson to Riley, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Looked like the changeup was on the inner part of the plate. Riley just swung over it. Riley, coming off a scorching hot July, takes the 1-1 pitch outside. It's 2-1. Two-one pitch from Nelson, swung on and hammered down in between first base and second base. Nobody is there on the ground, and it's a leadoff single for the Rake. Good piece of hitting by Riley. He just took that fastball and hammered it down onto the ground to Hopper that got through the infield. And that will bring up Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario will be hitting into a shift as Stott, Bohm, and Reese Hoskins are all to the right of the infield, leaving Didi Gregorius by his lonesome to the left side. First pitch is swung on and missed. Slider up and in. It's 0-1. Runner on first, nobody out. Eddie Rosario, righty-lefty matchup, swing and fouled to the backstop. We'll do it again at 0-2. Atlanta is at the top of the wild card standings as we're past the trade deadline. They are 4.5 games in front of San Diego. Now 4. San Diego is about to wrap up the first game of their doubleheader today. So if the season ended today, they would be at home in the first round versus the Padres. The 0-2 pitch to Rosario, swung on and hit high and foul over towards the third base side. It's bending into the seats. And Rosario lived to tell about it. It's still 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Nelson, swung on and missed, strike 3. Changeup that drifted off the plate and outside. Rosario could not catch up with it. There's one away. Coming to the plate now is the catcher, William Contreras, excuse me. His brother Wilson did not get traded at the deadline. It shocked a lot of folks. So I'm trying to get you a better scoreboard to look at here. That's actually up to date. First pitch to Contreras from Nelson is a fastball, misses high. It's 1-0. Philadelphia leads at 1-0. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Nelson. And in the dirt, it's 2-1. Two-one pitch to Wilson Contreras. He's batting .259 on the year. He digs in. And the 2-1 delivery from Nelson is top shelf, misses high, slider. It's 3-1 to Contreras. So you got a runner on first, one away. The tying run is on first. Go ahead run at the plate. The 3-1 to William. And inside, ball 4. That'll send runners down to first and second with just one away. And here comes the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna he's batting .219, 18 home runs, 40 RBI, and a .671 OPS. Ozuna steps out of the box to talk to the home plate umpire tonight, Bill Welke. And we're about set for action again. Here's the first pitch on the way to Ozuna. And swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. You're just joining us. Philadelphia scored. Castellanos went first to home on a ball that fluttered off of Olson's glove, a hard hit ball. It died in the corner and got Castellanos enough time to go first to home. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit hard down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It does not, but it goes into the second deck. Marcell Ozuna absolutely turned on that and hammered it, but could not keep it straight. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Ozuna. Nelson kicks and deals, and he misses well wide of the mark. It's 1-2. Marcell Ozuna, runners on first and second, one away. The 1-2 pitch from Nelson. He kicks and deals, and the slider in the dirt misses, evens up the count at 2-2. Braves come into tonight's game 6.5 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies, who have the final wild card spot as we speak. They are a game in front of St. Louis. And they are 5.5 in front of San Francisco, who did very little at the trading deadline. The 2-2 pitch to Ozuna, 2-on. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hit hard but foul, out of play behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. A lot of folks thought that there was a possibility of the San Francisco Giants moving a few folks at the deadline, including Jock Peterson. There was talks about Carlos Rodon as late as noon, 1 o'clock today. but their asking price was enormous. The 2-2 pitch to Ozuna is a fastball, top shelf, misses high, and it's a full count now. It's 2-2. 3-2, excuse me. They are scoreless in Washington as they head to the fourth inning. Jacob deGrom's first appearance since about a year ago. Ozuna asks for time. He steps out of the box. Bill Welke is your home plate umpire. First base umpire, Junior Valentine. Second base, Gabe Morales. And third base is Chris Segal. I believe we've got the scoreboard fixed for you. So that should not be an issue going forward. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Slider out of the zone, and Ozuna went chasing. There's 2 away. Braves are hoping to have a couple of additions in their clubhouse by the New York series. Iglesias, the back end closer for the Angels. Yeah, I haven't seen him pitch before. He is nasty. Adrianza, the first swing and a hit high, but not very deep. That'll end the inning. Castellanos has it, and Arcia went first pitch swinging. So the Braves put 2 on, but failed to score. We head to the top of the third. Philly leads it 1-0.
Eric, work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy fun time. Or skippity-doo.
What do we do? This has got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but then...
Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration. Give me the white better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill.
Bill. Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Treson comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Robbie Grossman is already in the Atlanta Braves dugout. He is in uniform and ready to roll. If you missed that move, Grossman was added to the Atlanta Braves late last night. They made a couple of late moves. Will Smith was sent to the Houston Astros for Jake Odorizzi. Will Smith, I think the Astros are hoping a change of scenery will do him well. They needed some left-handed help in their bullpen. And Spencer Strider delivers the first pitch to Gregorius. He hammers it to first. Olsen's right there for the out, and there's one away. And Robbie Grossman was sent to the Tigers in a deal where they are hoping to just add some depth. A lot of us were hoping that the Braves would make a little bigger splash at the deadline, maybe get a little better bat, but some of these asking prices supposedly from the front offices from some of these teams were a little ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber comes to the plate, and the first pitch is a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, intercut belt high, and it's 0-1. I think a lot of us were hoping Jock Peterson would be sent back to the A. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Slider. He's got that working tonight. It's 0-2. You got to figure for Strider to take that next big step, he's going to have to develop that third pitch, that changeup that he rarely throws. The 0-2 pitch is a fastball downstairs, and it's 1-2. Odorizzi comes over. Of course, he's got postseason experience and someone who can eat innings. So the 1-2 delivery from Strider is fastball just below the knees and misses. It's 2-2. No word on whether or not Atlanta may go to a 6-man rotation as the 2-2 pitch is in the dirt. Ball 3, full count to Schwarber. Or might they send Strider to the bullpen? Remember, next week is a short week or a light week for the Braves. They are off Monday and Thursday. The 3-2. Fastball outside. Ball 4. Strider's got some trouble here in the top of the third. That'll bring Rhys Hoskins to the plate. Rhys Hoskins is 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first. He was thrown out by an incredible play by Dansby Swanson. The first pitch to Hoskins is swung on and missed. Slider at about knee high on the outer edge of the plate. It's 0-1. Phillies also brought in Noah Syndergaard. The 0-1. Slider top shelf called for a strike. It's 0-2. Phillies, outside of the Padres, one of the more busy teams at the trading deadline. I'd say you're looking at Padres, Yankees, Astros, and Phillies as the top 4 at the trading deadline. The 0-2. Fastball misses outside, and it's 1-2. Seattle was pretty busy as well. Atlanta expects to have Kirby Yates added to the bullpen in the very near future, so I'm sure that played into their decision-making. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball, caught looking, strike 3. Rhys Hoskins doesn't like it, but he got his knees buckled, and there's 2 away. He got caught watching the paint dry there. I think he was looking for the slider, and that 97-mile-an-hour yak him on the inner half. Caught him looking. That brings Alec Boehm to the plate. Alec Boehm, who's 0 for 1 on the night. And the first pitch to Boehm is taken all the way. Schwarber was going, and Schwarber steals second. You don't see that very often. Kyle Schwarber caught everybody napping, including myself. I couldn't believe that he went. So he takes second base. He's standing on second with 2 away. Now with a runner in scoring position. Alec Boehm on the 1-0 pitch. His fastball swung on and fouled down the first base line. It's 1-1. Boehm batting .299, 7 home runs, a .744 OPS, 41 RBI. During the moves yesterday, Mike Ford was sent down and Robinson Cano was DFA'd, in case you missed that. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hammered up the middle, but right at Arcia. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Phillies threatened, but the Braves put them away. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. Harris, Acuna, and Swanson heading to the dish.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen. By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Dumb.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. Braves baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the Philadelphia Phillies by 1. It's 1-0. We head to the bottom of the third inning. Michael Harris II gets his first at bat of the night, batting .279, 9 home runs, 30 RBI, a .797 OPS. And a little bit of a delay is Nelson playing around on the rubber, so we'll wait for him to get set. And he is. He toes the rubber. The first pitch is a changeup outside, called a strike. It's 0-1. Probably just clipped the outer part of the zone. The 0-1 from Nelson, inside, slider misses, evens the count at 1-1. Washington Nationals have just taken a 1-0 lead against Jacob deGrom. In the bottom of the fourth inning, they lead at 1-0. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Change up right over the top of it, and it's at 1-2. Saw that deGrom got hit pretty hard his last time out. Of course, you can never take those rehab starts seriously. The 1-2 pitch in the ground. Did it get Harris? It looked like it did. It did, and he'll head down to first base. It hit the ground and then skipped up and hit his toe almost simultaneously. He appears to be okay. See if it. Yeah, it looked like it hit the ground and then just skipped onto the sole of his foot. So thankfully the ground took most of the hit there, and hopefully Harris is okay. It's the one thing you hate to see. Teams have to deal with any kind of injury just hours after the trading deadline. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. So that will bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna is 0 for 1. And the first pitch, we won't get it yet, as he's going to flip it over to first to keep Harris close by. Ronald Acuna Jr. not having a good year at all. 258 with just 8 home runs, 23 RBI, 22 stolen bases. The first pitch is inside, changeup misses. To Ronald, it's 1-0. Acuna, of course, hindsight's always 20/20, but you wonder if he was brought back too early from injury. Home plate umpire Bill Welke calls for time just as Nelson was about to let go, and he gave the time. I'm assuming it was Acuna that asked for it. He didn't make a motion, but he must have been calling for it. And Acuna is now putting his gear back on, so it might have had something to do with that. 1-0 pitch from Nelson is inside, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 2-0. Don't know if that was a pitch to warn Acuna for calling time so late, or if that ball just missed. The 2-0 pitch from Nelson, he's going to flip it over to first real quick to keep Harris close by. Braves play 2 against the Phillies tonight, and then tomorrow, a quick turnaround. A 12:20 first pitch. Charlie Morton on the hill versus Wheeler. The 2-0 pitch swing and hits it foul and out of play. It's 2-1. That 2-game series will end tomorrow afternoon, and then the Braves will get on a plane and head to New York City for 5 games in 4 days against the New York Mets. We will have Thursday night and Friday night's action right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1, Braves Country Baseball. The 2-1 pitch to Acuna. Nelson looks in to Real Muto. He delivers, and it's in the dirt. Ball 3. It's 3-1. Good job by Real Muto to backhand that ball and keep it from getting away. If that ball gets away at all, you know Harris is going to be standing on second. Mariners lead the Yankees 4-0. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd inning in the Bronx. Yankees sent is the 3-1 pitch to Acuna is way outside, ball 4, and it's a 5-pitch walk to Acuna. And it's runners on first and second, nobody out. And Lieutenant Dan coming to the plate. Phillies are going to go out and talk to their starter real quick. And as they do that, we'll go ahead and think I've caught you up to speed as far as all the moves that the Braves made. Iglesias in the bullpen, Odorizzi in the rotation, who also has bullpen experience in the playoffs. Adrianza is added to the roster, along with Robbie Grossman. Some of the other moves you may have missed: Phillies, Robertson, Syndergaard. They also brought in Edmund Sosa from the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals got Jordan Montgomery, the left-handed starter, as the Phillies, by the way, are going to make a pitching change. So we'll stay with you right here. So many moves were made in this trading deadline. Yankees brought in Frankie Montas, Lou Trevino, the closer from the Oakland A's. Of course, Benintendi and then Scott Effross, that's going to kind of go under the radar. They brought that right-hander in from the Cubs, and Effross still has 5 years of control left. So that wasn't just a one and dump move by the Yankees. Astros brought in Trey Mancini, Christian Vasquez, Will Smith. they are going to be getting Lance McCullers back very soon. So that's almost like a deadline move in itself, kind of like with the Mets getting DeGrom. The Cardinals brought in Quintana as well, starting pitcher from the Pittsburgh Pirates. They brought in a reliever from Philadelphia, Jojo Romero. The Braves had to send Jesse Chavez and Tucker Davidson in the Iglesias deal. And I, for one, was really disappointed to see Jesse Chavez go, one of my favorite players. But you never know. He might find his way back to Atlanta one day. Padres got Juan Soto, Josh Bell, Josh Hader, a couple other moves. The biggest shock to me was the Mets doing very little. Michael Givens, the reliever from the Cubs, but that was realistically nothing compared to all the other moves. So we got a new pitcher. It's Connor Brogdon. He comes to the hill with the 2.05 ERA. The right-hander throws the first pitch to Dansby Swanson. I guess that missed wide. It's 1-0. Very close pitch on the outer edge. Phillies 1, Braves nothing. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball high, missed. It's 2-0. With all the different arms coming into Philadelphia, probably en route right now as we speak, the Phillies probably figure they can dump out their bullpen tonight and be ready to roll again tomorrow. I felt like Milwaukee made a very good move when they moved Hader out to San Diego's. The 2-0 pitch to Swanson is fouled back out of play. Looked like the cutter fouled it back against the screen, and it's 2-1. They sent Josh Hader, and we all know how good Josh Hader's been, but he has struggled the last month and a half, one of the highest ERAs in all of baseball. And so they took on one of their left-handed pitchers that has struggled a bit in Taylor Rogers. As the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, middle of the plate, top shelf, and evens up the count. Got deuces wild with 2 on and a 2-2 pitch. Brewers also brought in Matt Bush, and in that trade with the Brewers, Ruiz, who is a very good prospect who can play outfield and infield. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, fastball, piped it right down Main Street. Swanson could not catch up. There's one away. They also got Dinelson Lamet in the deal. The Nationals got some really good young pieces. If you're not familiar with the San Diego farm system, Stassels is supposed to be one of the best in all of baseball. And then, of course, Mackenzie Gore, the left-hander. So the first pitch to Olsen is swung on and miss, changeup, outer edge, and it's 0-1. Philly 1, Braves nothing. Braves threatening with runners on first and second. 1 away. Brogdon kicks and deals, and he misses outside with another changeup. It's 1-1. If you missed the announcement earlier, the Braves and Mets 5-game series. We're going to do the first 2 games here, Thursday night and Friday night. Both games start, I believe it's either 7:05 or 7:10 first pitch on those 2 games. We will bring both of those games to you. The 1-1 to Olson. Swing and a miss right over the top of the changeup. And Olson just cannot time that up. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. He kicks and deals and he drops it, misses it low. Ball 2 evens up the count. Two to Matt Olson. Brogdon looks over his shoulder. He kicks and deals, swinging just gets a piece of it. It's a change up on the middle of the plate, and he just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2. Brogdon looks into JT Realmuto, shakes him off a couple of times. Now he's ready. Looks back the runner to second. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 3, full count to Matt Olson. And standing on deck is the new $212 million man, Austin Riley. Got to figure Olson's going to get something to hit here, or at least you would think he would. Can't imagine you want to load the bases for Austin Riley. Phillies are playing Olson to pull in the infield. Straight over the second base bag and then 2 fielders to the right of it. The 3-2 pitch, wide, ball 4. Both runners were on the move, but it doesn't matter. As that ball 4 loads the bases, Michael Harris and Ronald Acuna Jr. were going on the pitch, but a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that was essentially a pitch out, but you can't do that with 3 balls, sends Matt Olson 90 feet up along with the rest and loads the bases for the hottest man in baseball right now, Austin Riley. Austin Riley batting .286 with 2 grand slams in his career with the bases loaded. First pitch to Riley is swung on and fouled back out of play. Cutter just mistimed it. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. Anything that he hits into the outfield, you figure is going to score the quick Michael Harris. Riley is 3 for 7 lifetime against Connor Brogdon. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, change up in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Riley was going for the downs there, thought he got the fastball, instead swung out of his shoes and missed. Phillies lead at 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. In Washington, the Nationals lead that game 1-0. They are in the bottom of the 5th. The 0-2 pitch, fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. It's kind of funny. The Mets have always struggled to score with DeGrom on the mound. Their bats have been really hot recently, and he gets on the mound and they can't score. It's got to drive Mets fans nuts. The 1-2 pitch to Riley, swung on and fouled back out of play. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Bases loaded, 1 away. Just getting going here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Anything that gets down in the outfield will most likely score 2 with Acuna standing on second. The 1-2, Swing and a miss, strike three. Austin Riley could not time up that changeup. He is pulling the string on that changeup, and there's 2 away. That changeup is just falling out and below the knees. And these batters are just swinging over it. That brings Eddie Rosario to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Rosario, 349 with 4 grand slams in 83 at-bats in his career with the bases loaded. First pitch to Rosario is a fastball, misses high. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is William Contreras. d'Arnaud getting another day off. Remember, tomorrow, with it being a day game, most likely d'Arnaud will get the start. The 1-0 pitch from Brogdon in the dirt, ball 2. It's 2-0. Nowhere to put Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario stands out of the batter's box, takes a couple of mighty cuts, and gets back into the batter's box with the 2-0 count in his favor, but 2 away, bases loaded. The 2-0 inside, ball 3. It's 3-0. 1 ball equals 1 run. So Brogdon, who's had a lot of success with that changeup, you wonder if he might try to drop that in or if he'll come straight with the fastball. The 3-0 delivery from Brogdon. He kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the knees. Rosario skips out of the batter's box, but he knows it's a strike. It's 3-1. Rosario was taking all the way. He's got a look on his face like, man, I wish I was swinging. I think DeGrom might be done for the night for the Mets. He has thrown 59 pitches, 46 for strikes. He's gone 5 innings. The 3-1 swinging and hit down on the ground. It's going to go off the glove of Hoskins. 1 run will score. Here comes Acuna. 2 runs will score. An infield single makes it 2-1. Atlanta hustling all the way from second was Ronald Acuna Jr. Scoring on the play also was Michael Harris coming from third. And it's 2-1 Atlanta with 2 away. Austin Riley stayed at second on that play. Hoskins had to dive for the ball. And when it kicked off his glove, the second baseman, Stott, was following the play. So he went against the grain, had to jump up, chase the ball. It stayed in the infield, but by the time he got it and chucked it to home plate, the ball was skipping around, and Acuna was sliding in safely to home head first. Mets have just tied it up, by the way. Lindor hit another home run, a solo shot. I guess as soon as they pull DeGrom out of the game, their bats light up. Eddie Rosario headed into the dugout, I think just to get something to drink. He's back on first base, so he's okay. That'll bring William Contreras to the plate, batting .259 with 347 on base percentage, a .541 slug. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball at the knees, just below the knees, but they did call it a strike. Big strike zone tonight. It's 0-1. Contreras walked his first time up, an .888 OPS. Another one of these young players that'll be with the Braves organization for quite some time. The 0-1 is hit high down the right field line, bending foul, slamming into the wall is Contreras. Not Contreras. Castellanos. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. but not before the Atlanta Braves take a 1-run lead, scoring 2 in the inning. It's 2-1 Atlanta. We head to the top of the 4th inning.
I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric. Hello.
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah.
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah. How can I forget? Wow. How you doing? I haven't heard from you in
9 months.
Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. That's the way I remember it. The whole stand's full of people all roaring. And I guess it's true of any sport, but in baseball, never known else to swear so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball. It's a great sport that way.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves just taking a 2-1 lead over the Philadelphia Phillies as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Spencer Strider got a nice little breather in that innings, back to work on the mound. Strider still has the best slider whiff rate in Major League Baseball this season, 53% swing and miss. Of course, when you have to respect that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, here's the first pitch of Real Muto, and it's a fastball misses low. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Strider is slider taken for a strike on the outer part of the plate. It's 1-1. See, Whit Merrifield went from the Royals to the Blue Jays. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 2-1. What's significant about that is Merrifield was unvaccinated and could not play in the Toronto series. As the 2-1 pitch is a fastball inside, taken for a strike. Top shelf, it's 2-2. He evidently is getting vaccinated because there's no way the Blue Jays made that trade without it. Here's the 2-2 pitch and swing and a miss, strike 3. There's that nasty slider, and Spencer Slider. It's 1 away. Strider, 6 strikeouts on the night already. I just have a hard time seeing the Braves take him out of the rotation. Such a fun kid to watch. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike by Castellanos. It's 0-1. Castellanos, he's having the same kind of struggles that Acuna's having. 8 home runs as well, batting .259. Very similar. The 0-1 pitch is a 99-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe, taken all the way, watching it go down Main Street. It's 0-2. Strider Kicks and deals the 0-2. Fastball caught looking, strike three. Castellanos does not like it. He's barking at home plate umpire Bill Welke. Welke jumped back up. He's not taking any guff. Castellanos heading back to the dugout. Not before he gave him an earful. Welke kind of is an animated strikeout guy. When he calls a strikeout on you, he does a little bit of a dance, flipping his arms out. So that'll bring up the designated hitter, Derek Hall, to the plate, and he swings and misses at the first pitch, 100-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. Strikeout number 7 by Spencer Strider. The 0-1. Misses high, changeup. Way high. It's 1-1. Strider's given up 2 hits, 1 run, a walk. The 1-1 is a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 2-1. Braves are playing Derek Hall in a full shift. Anything to the left side would get through for a single for sure. The 2-1 pitch from Strider. Swing and a hit hard in right field. On it is Acuna. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Ozuna, Arcia, and Harris on the way.
Triple decker bird.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
She always says that I don't like the way she talks. It's the information that she chooses to tell me at times. We took a trip to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, and her and our daughter are flying from Nashville, where we live. And I'm flying from Detroit. We're meeting at Fort Lauderdale's airport. So I called her because I was about to take off. And I was like, all right, what time do you guys leave? She goes, noon. And it was 11:30 and they're still at home. I was like, Laura, I don't know if you even know what an airport is. But if that plane was in our driveway, I don't think you could make it. And she said, that's what time we leave for the airport. Our flight's not till 1:30. And I was like, all right, what do you think I wanted to know when I asked that? She said, I'm sorry I don't talk the way you want me to talk.
Armchair.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1. We'll grab the sticks and try to add on here as Marcell Ozuna's lumbering to the plate. Ozuna batting .218 on the year, 18 home runs, 40 RBI, a .669 OPS. They like to see him get going. A guy that when he's hot can carry a team by himself. First pitch to Ozuna is a fastball, outer edge, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. He played so well in that 2020 season, in that short stint. As the 0-1 pitch is swung on and hit foul out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Andrew Bellotti is in for the Philadelphia Phillies with a 3.15 ERA, 52 strikeouts over 34 innings. And the 0-2 pitch fouled back once again. Do it again at 0-2. That time, an 87-mile-an-hour slider on the outer edge. Braves 2, Phillies 1. The 0-2 pitch from Bilotti. He fires and deals and swung on and hit down the third base line. There goes Ozuna. He's going to turn for first, go to second, and he is in, safe for what should have been a stand-up double. He started Cadillacing a little bit, realized that it was going to be a closer play than what it was, had to slide in, but the ball got away, so no harm, no foul. Marcell Ozuna hammers his 13th double of the year, went right over the third base line, outstretched glove of Alec Boehm, unable to make the play. So a leadoff double for the Atlanta Braves, and that will bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia is 0 for 1 on the night. And the first pitch to Arcia is taken inside for a ball. Did he go? He did not. It's 1-0. Arcia 5 home runs, a 682 OPS, keeping the seat warm at second base and doing a fairly decent job. Incredible job defensively as we await the return of Ozzie Albies. The 1-0 pitch is fastball right there at the knees, right down Main Street. It's 1-1. Ozzie Albies is expected maybe as soon as at the end of this month, maybe as late as early September. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Adrianza will help spell second base versus some right-handed pitchers, not all. Arcia is pretty much the starter now. The 1-2 pitch, good eye by Orlando, slider down below the knees, and he took it for a ball. It's 2-2. Marcell Ozuna stands on second with nobody out. Arcia would like to at least bang the ball towards the right side of the infield to get Ozuna over to third. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3. It's 3-2. So a full count to Orlando Arcia. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. Bilotti coming in for what is turned into a bullpen game for the Philadelphia Phillies. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball right down the pipe. Inner cut. Arcia could not catch up, and there's one away. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris, hit by a pitch in the third inning, scored a run. And he digs in against the righty-lefty matchup here for Harris. The first pitch on the way, right there at the knees for a strike, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Garcia of the Nationals has just hit a 2-run bomb, and I mean bomb, 427 feet to put Washington up 3-1 over the New York Mets. That game is in the 6th. The 0-1 swung on and hit down the left field line, plenty foul, and it's 0-2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. Braves 2, Phillies 1. Bottom of the 4th inning. Appreciate you coming in and Spending your Tuesday night with us here on Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night, all throughout the season, along with pop-up games, including this Thursday against the Mets. The 0-2 in the dirt, taken for a ball. Good take by Harris. It's 1-2. Nationals just hit another home run. It's 4-1 Washington. They're still batting. Michael Harris digs in. The 1-2 pitch from Harris to Harris. Yes, swung on and missed strike 3. Slider, and he could not time it. Went over the top, a hacking, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 0 for 1 with a walk in the 3rd inning, and he scored a run as well. He came around from second to home on an infield single. And the first pitch on the way to Ronald is way outside, taken for a ball. Slider missed into the other batter's box. It's 1-0. One guy that I was surprised that was not moved at the deadline for the Nationals, he's in their lineup tonight, is Nelson Cruz. Thought someone would pick him up to at least have a stick off the bench. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses wide. It's 2-0. Standing on deck is Dansby Swanson. The 2-0 delivery to Acuna. They set up on the outer edge of the plate. Here's the pitch in. Slider taken for a strike on the inner half. It's 2-1. That pitch missed its location, but got in there for a strike. They were trying to get him set up on the outer edge, and that ball was more on the inner edge. They make a mistake like that again, Acuna might actually hammer that one. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and roasted into left field. Azuna's around third. They're going to send him, and the ball is bobbled by Schwarber. Azuna's going to score. Acuna comes around and gets gunned down at second. Don't know why they sent him, but they did, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves make it 3-1. We'll head to the top of the 5th.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody as resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
A single scores at least 1, probably 2 with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Braves won, Dodgers won, bottom of the 4th. Justin Buehler looks like he is ready. I don't think Buehler in any way, shape, or form is going to face Freddie Freeman. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It is gone, baby. Ramalama ding dong, zip boom bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1. Atlanta in the bottom of the 4th.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness. speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Philadelphia Phillies 3-1. We've scored 2 in the bottom of the third, 1 just a second ago in the bottom of the fourth, and Spencer Strider goes back to work here in the top of the fifth, and the first pitch is swung on by Stott, hit high but playable into deep left field. Rosario's underneath it. There's one away in the Philadelphia fifth. Quick first out by Strider. Goes a long way here. He's kind of got a high pitch count, but manageable to maybe get him into the sixth or so. If he can get a quick inning, maybe even deeper. Strider kicks and deals, and it's the first pitch is a fastball way outside, 97 miles an hour, backhanded by Contreras. About gave him whiplash heading back to the backstop, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 to Verling is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball right down Main Street and evens the count at 1-1. One pitch from Strider. Fastball right down the pipe, taken again by Verling. It's 1-2. Verling's yet to get the bat off his shoulders, taking 2 fastballs right down the heart. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's another fastball. This one climbs out of the zone 100 miles an hour, taken all the way. It's 2-2. I think Strider was thinking, didn't swing at the first 2. Let's give him a third. The 2-2 delivery from Strider. Fastball caught, looking, strike 3. Sit down, grab the pine. There's 2 away. That might have been a little bit of a friendly call. He's been around the zone all night. Kind of hard to tell where the ball crossed over when it crossed over the plate. By the time it hit Contreras' glove, he was just on the outer edge, but it might have nicked the top part of the corner of the plate as it was heading that way. 2 away to Gregorius, and he takes the first pitch, slider, outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball misses high and wide. It's 1-1. Gregorius, the number 9 hitter. Strider would like to sit him down here just at 70 pitches. If he can get to the 6th inning, the 1-1 is foul tipped into the glove of Contreras. It was a low slider, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 by Strider. He kicks and deals, and it's a fastball foul down the third base line, roasted into the seats. We'll do it again at 1-2. Spencer Strider sidewinds and deals. Fastball foul back out of play. Another triple digit pitch. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Spencer Strider. He delivers, and slider swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Spencer Strider has hit 9 strikeouts through 5 innings. We head to the bottom of the 5th. The Braves lead it 3-1.
Cool. Wizard versus nerd. Write you down with my spell. No, science is the answer.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name,
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin,
No, it isn't.
and she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. We'll head back to the plate with Dansby Swanson, Matt Olson, and Austin Riley coming up to bat. We try to get you reset here on the scoreboard. And here's the first pitch to Swanson, who's 1 for 2 on the night, and swung on and roasted down the left field line. Is it fair? Just foul in the left field corner. And it's just a loud strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Swanson kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the knees taken for a strike. It's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch from Corey Nabel, who has come out in relief out of the pen, and it is a slight knuckle curve, top drawer, but misses high. It's 1-2. The 1-2 swing and drops it into right center field. It'll get down for a base hit. Dansby Swanson's got a leadoff single. And the Braves got something cooking. 1 on and nobody out. Good piece of hitting by Dansby. It was another knuckle curve, but this time Dansby just went with it and dropped it into right center field. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson's 0 for 1 on the night. The first pitch to Olson is a knuckle curve, just misses outside. Almost looked like it grabbed the black, but it did not. It's 1-0. Olson walked in the third inning. He's 0 for 1. Matt Olson batting .252 on the year. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball right there at the knees, outer edge. Evens up the count at 1-1. Matt Olson, 21 home runs, 67 RBI, and 839 OPS. And Nabel will chuck it back over to first base to keep Dansby close by. Do it again at 1-1. The Philadelphia Phillies DFA'd Jerry's Familia today. They throw it back over to first. Nabel trying to catch Swanson napping. That throw was a little closer. Swanson underneath the throw. He asked for time to try to clear off some debris over by first base. Phillies are playing the Braves to pull, but they do have a double play set up possible. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled over towards the third base dugout. It'll get into the crowd, and we'll do it again. It's 1-2. Braves lead it 3-1. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Nationals lead the Mets 4-1. The Mets are threatening. It'd be nice to see the Nationals get a game in that series. Be really deflating if it's the game where DeGrom comes back. The 1-2 pitch to Olsen swung on and off the glove of Nabel. He's going to have a chance at a double play, and Gregorius fires it over to first. And believe it or not, Matt Olsen beats the throw. There's one away. They did get Swanson at second. The ball deflected off of Nabel's glove. Stott got the ricochet and flipped it to Gregorius. A pretty good play by Stott, by the way, and a pretty athletic move by Gregorius as Swanson was sliding into second. Gregorius had to kind of hop over him. Whatever Swanson said when he got up got Gregorius laughing really hard. That brings Austin Riley to the plate, and he takes the first pitch in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Real quick to look at the scoreboard here in the fifth inning. Mariners lead the Yankees 6-3 in the top of the sixth. Blue Jays and Rays, Toronto leads at 1-0, top 7 in Tampa. Cardinals lead the Cubs 2-0 heading to the fifth. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Nasty curveball. That knuckle curveball had a lot of gas on it. About a 52-foot curve. Good job by Real Muto to block that pitch from getting away. Astros 1, Red Sox 0. That game is in the top of the fourth. Reds 2-1 over the Marlins, bottom 8. Brewers and Pirates are tied in the sixth. Nationals lead the Mets 4-1. The 2-0 pitch is banged foul on the ground. Third base side. We'll do it again at 2-1. Diamondbacks 5, Guardians 3. That game is in the bottom of the sixth in Cleveland. Twins, who were really busy today, they brought in Tyler Mahle and a lot of other pieces. They lead the Tigers 2-0 in the fifth. Orioles 5, Rangers 0 in the middle of the third. And the Royals trail the White Sox 3-1 in the top of the third. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and miss. And it's 2-2. A 2-2 delivery to Riley with 1 on and 1 out, and fastball. He took all the way, and he knew it was a strike. Riley's going to go grab the pine. There's 2 away. Riley must have been looking for that knuckle curve and was just caught flat-footed. Fastball just kissed the top of the zone. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario, as there's a little bit of a delay here, as Gregorius goes to the mound to talk to Nabel for a second. Guess he wants to get the lowdown on how he's going to pitch him. They do have Rosario in a shift. Slow-footed Olson stands on first. The first pitch to Rosario is a fastball swung on outer part of the plate, fouled over the third base side, and it's 0-1. Should be a fun October, and Braves would really like to win the division now to avoid that San Diego Padre team in the first round. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hammered into the gap. Their ball is down. It's rolling to the wall, and Mr. Olson rounding third. He's heading to the plate. Matt Olson scores. It's 4-1. Eddie Rosario starting to heat up. He put one right into the gap. Nothing better than a hard bullet in the gap, and it's 4-1 Atlanta in the bottom of the fifth. Olson, second time in as many games he has scored from first to home. That ball was hit right where they ain't, and it slowly rolled to the wall. Center fielder Veerling finally got to it. By the time he did, Olson was rounding third. That'll bring Wilson Contreras to the plate, and he swings and misses at the first pitch fastball. It's 0-1. On the play, Rosario got to second on the 2-out double. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt gets away, and Rosario is going to stay put as Real Muto, almost like he was daring him to run to third. Rosario with 2 outs knows there's not much advantage being on second or third, not worth the risk. Anthony Rizzo hit another home run. It's now 6-4. Mariners still lead in the sixth. The 1-1 to Contreras swung on and missed. Knuckle curve just kind of hung up there, pulled the string on it. And it's 1-2. One-two pitch. Yeah, fastball outside, 96 miles an hour. Way off the plate. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and foul back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Nabel. Here he kicks and deals, and right there at the top of the zone. Wow. It's 3-2. That looked like a strike. I am really surprised home plate umpire Bill Welke didn't ring him up. That knuckle curve just kind of floated in there to the top of the zone. So a full count to Contreras. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to the third base side. Charging the play is Bohm. He'll barehand it, but put it in his pocket. No chance to get the hustling Contreras down the line. We've got runners on first and third with 2 away. These New York Yankees can score at the drop of a hat. As quick as I told you that Rizzo had hit home run to tie that, to bring them within 2, Yankees got a guy on somehow and have hit a 2-run home run to tie it up. A little surprised Seattle still has their starter in the game. So we got runners on the corners with 2 away, and that brings Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, last time up, doubled down the line. He's 1 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch to Ozuna, swing and a miss, but the ball gets away, and Real Muto cannot find it. Here comes Rosario. He'll score on the wild pitch. It's 5-1 Atlanta. On the play, Contreras moved up 90 feet as well. He goes first to second. It was a knuckle curve that was nowhere near the zone. Why Ozuna swung at it, I'll never know. But when it hit the ground, it ricocheted off of Real Muto's hip and did a funny bounce towards the Braves dugout. By the time he realized where the ball was, Rosario had crossed the plate. The 0-1 pitch, fastball, high. Nabel throws one up near the moon. Real Muto has to sky like Jordan to make sure it doesn't go to the backstop. He did snow cone it, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the first base line. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-2. Phillies have another right-hander warming up in the bullpen. He just started getting warm. The 1-2 to Ozuna. Runner on second, 2 away. And swung on and hammered into left field. Contreras rounds third. He's coming home to score. It's 6-1 Hotlanta GA. An RBI single for Ozuna. He's starting to heat up in the month of August. Let's go, Braves country. A worm burner that he roasted in between shortstop and third, hit that 5-6 hole. And Contreras, who runs very well for a catcher, stride for stride going down the line. Schwarber had no chance to throw him out. He just put it in his pocket to keep Ozuna at a scoring position. And that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate as the Braves lead at 6-1. Arcia takes the first pitch fastball off the plate outside. It's 1-0. Good news in Washington. The Nationals lead at 5-1. That game's in the bottom of the 7th. The 1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss. Fastball top shelf. Could not hold up, and it's 1-1. Might have been a little out of the zone, but in his kitchen. Too tempting to take. The 1-1 swung on and hammered high. It's going deep. It's going back. Holy Toledo! You can put it on the board. It is 8-1 Atlanta. Orlando Arcia with a 2-run bomb, baby. The Atlanta Braves have exploded for 5 runs here in the 5th inning, blowing this game wide open 8-1. Fastball was top of the zone, and Arcia did not miss that one bit. Teed off. And he got that pitch middle cut and absolutely pile drived it over the left field wall. Corey Nabel is going to go hit the showers. We got a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead at 8-1 here on Braves Country Baseball. Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front. And only one man to beat, and Easley can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Dion. Back when he started and then turns the corner into Giant territory and leave it to Dion to break it open. Dion comes in as a receiver. Sanders. And they're going his way, but there's double coverage. Somehow Dion is able to beat the coverage, but intercepted by Sanders. Can he score again? Yep. There he goes, Deion Sanders, 71 yards. That's for Dion tonight, a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception, a 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mark Appel comes in and fires the first pitch for a fastball high. It's 1-0. Appel with a 1 ERA, 9 innings of work. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and grounded through the hole. Michael Harris has a 2-out single, hits it in between the 4-3 hole between second and first. And the rally continues with Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Mark Appel, if you remember, is that the great story where he was drafted several years back to the #1 pick overall. Took him 9 years to get to the major leagues, just came to the major leagues recently, made his major league debut against Atlanta in Philadelphia. First pitch to Acuna is a fastball, 95 miles an hour, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 8, Phillies 1. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Atlanta exploding for 5 runs here in the 5th as they flip over to first to keep Harris close by. Used to, with an 8-1 lead, you wouldn't dare steal, but things have changed nowadays. You never know. The 0-1 pitch to Acuna is fastball, misses high, but over the plate, it's 1-1. Ozuna looks like he's starting to get going. It would be great to get Acuna going too as we head into August. The 1-1 fastball inside, misses well inside. It's 2-1. Jacob deGrom tonight for the Mets, 5 innings and 6 strikeouts, but his Mets are losing 5-1. He is not on the hook for the loss, though, by the way. The 2-1 pitch to Acuna. Fastball misses wide and outside. It's 3-1. The Braves can hold on here. The Nationals score stays the same. The Braves would move within 2.5 of the New York Mets. But a long way to go in both of them. This is the 3-1 delivery to Appel, swung on and fouled down the right field line, well out of play into the second deck. It's 3-2. Braves 8, Philadelphia 1, bottom of the 5th inning, 2 away. Games of interest in the playoff race. Mariners and Yankees are tied at 6 in the 6th. The 3-2 inside, ball 4, and Ronald Acuna Jr. will head down to first, the second walk of the night. That'll put runners on first and second with 2 away, and Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Dansby Swanson, 2 for 3 with 2 singles tonight. The first pitch to Swanson is swung on and miss. Fastball right down the pipe. And it's 0-1. The 0-1. Slider at the knees, taken all the way. It's 0-2. Braves 8. Phillies 1. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Swanson. Here's the delivery, and it's below the knees. It's 0-2. Dansby Swanson 2 for 3 on the night. He's got 2 on the pond with 2 away, a 1-2 count. Anything in the gap would score both Acuna and Harris. The 1-2 from Appel on the way, and fastball misses just wide of the plate. It's 2-2. That ball might have actually clipped the zone, but Real Muto was set up so far inside, the ball crossed over the plate. He had to backhand it, a terrible view. No way he was going to get the benefit of that doubt. Two pitch from Appel to Swanson, and in the dirt, ball 3. 3-2. Standing on deck is the Ice House, Matt Olson. So you got runners on first and second, 2 away, a 3-2 count. The runners will be on the move. Here's the pitch. The runners are off and going, and swung on and fouled down the first base line. Dansby swung a ball 4, and he knows it. We'll do it again at 3-2. Little too close to take. It was just below the knees. So we'll start the merry-go-round again. The runners are off, swung on and fouled off of JT Realmuto's mask. Swanson's checking on him. The mask came off. It was hit so hard. Realmuto says it's fine. He's fine, but you know these catchers, tough as nails. That ball smacked his mask and ricocheted that mask off his face. See that? He had to have felt that. Realmuto giving a second, getting a standing 8 count, getting ready for, he says he's okay. He may not be seeing, he might be seeing double, but he says he's okay. So here's the 3-2 pitch from Mark Appel. Here's the delivery, and swung on, and that ball's going to get down into center field. The runners are off and going. Harris will score, and Acuna will slam on the brakes and stay at third. I thought they might send him. Acuna had to slam on the brakes and dive back to the bag as he almost drew a throw. It's 9-1 Atlanta. As Dansby Swanson with a broken bat single, he swung and that ball shattered in half, literally, from top to bottom. It split in the middle of the bat from top to bottom, leaving half of it in between the pitcher's mound and third and the other half in Dansby's hand. But he had enough strength to get it out into center field. Here's the first pitch to Olson, and it's a fastball swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Matt Olson coming to the plate. Batting .251. The 0-1 pitch is down below the knee. Slider misses. And it's 1-1. Olson, 21 home runs, 67 RBI, and 839 OPS on the year. Runners on the corners, 2 away. The 1-1 pitch to Olson. Here's the pitch swung on and hammered to first. Good backhanded stab by Hoskins, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves put 6 on the board. It's 9-1. We head to the top of the 6th. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gita Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker sneaks to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
Christian Yelich, 1 for 4, single and a run, very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. What? He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. All we heard back in June and July was the Phillies, the Mets. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 9-1. We're going to hit some turn back time here, as we do every game. As Spencer Strider is back out for the 6th inning, and Kyle Schwarber steps up to the plate. Phillies trailing 9-1. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a stolen base in the 3rd. The first pitch on the way from Strider is a fastball, top drawer, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, slider at the knees, inner cut. It's 0-2. Braves now slide over into the shift. As Schwarber steps out regather himself, gets ready for the 0-2 pitch from Strider. Strider with that wide stance, and he kicks and deals, and fastball fouls back out of play. It's 0-2. On this date, 1906, the Chicago White Sox, with their 3-0 victory over Boston at Southside Park, begin an American League record of 19-game winning streak as the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-2. In the 20th century, the hitless wonders, as they were known, as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider that slid well below the knees, and there's one away. That's strikeout number 10 by Spencer Slider. In the 20th century, the hitless wonders, as the White Sox were known that year, their 19-game winning streak will only be equaled by the 1947 New York Yankees. First pitch on the way to Rhys Hoskins is a slider in the dirt, swung on a miss. It's 0-1. On this date, 1907, as the 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball, slider in the dirt, it's 0-1. The Senators' 19-year-old rookie right-hander, Walter Johnson, the big train, as the 1-1 pitch from slider it's a slider on the outside. Taken for a strike, it's 1-2. The big train would make his debut, losing to the Tigers 3-2. The 1-2 pitch just gets a piece of it and fouls it back. Do it again at 1-2. Ty Cobb gets the first hit off the future Hall of Fame hurler with a bunt single as the 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Did he go around? He did not. First base umpire Junior Valentine said he did not go around. It's 2-2. Spencer kicks and deals, and in the dirt, full count. It's 3-2. Ty Cobb will get the first hit with the bunt signal, who will finish with a 417 wins and 279 losses. His win total only behind the great Cy Young. The 3-2 pitch from Spencer Strider swung on and missed, strike 3, and that's 11 strikeouts for Spencer Strider. Wow, what a night. My word. People always ask me who the greatest pitcher of all time is. For my money, pound for pound, it's Walter Johnson. Here's the first pitch on the way to Alec Boehm, swung on and missed, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, 100-mile-an-hour fastball, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Braves 9, Phillies 1, top of the 6th inning. Top of the 6th inning, 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch. Slider misses just inside. And it's 1-2. On this date, 1970, the Kansas City Royals signed Frank White as an amateur free agent after he attends a team tryout. The 19-year-old infielder. The 1-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 19-year-old infielder attended the Baseball Academy, operated in the 1970s, will play his entire 18-year career with the Kansas City Royals, winning the World Series in 85, having his number retired in 1995. The 1-2 pitch, 100 miles an hour at the knee, strike three. Bohm's smiling, and he's just heading back to the dugout like, I want no piece of that. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth inning, 9-1 hot Atlanta.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around, foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Phillies 9-1. Our last part of turn back time on this date in 2016, Joe Musgrove makes his major league debut, coming in relief for injured starter Lance McCullers. Boy, doesn't that sound familiar. The 23-year-old right-hander, impressive debut when he completes the game, striking out 8, yielding just 1 single in 4 1/3 innings of work in Houston's 2-1 loss against the Blue Jays. As the first pitch to Riley swung on and missed, it's 0-1. That's on this date in 2016. As the 0-1 pitch misses outside, it's 0-2. And Joe Musgrove today signed a 5-year, $100 million extension with the Padres. Pitch is swung on and hammered over to the left side. Alec Bohm's got it. He flips it over to first, and Riley's put out. There's one away. Of course, Musgrove was sent to the Pirates in the Garrett Cole deal. That's how he ended up there. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Rosario, fastball outside, top shelf. It's 2-0. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is the big lefty Tyler Matzik. Mark Appel is back out for the Phillies. I think I failed to mention that. The 2-0 pitch from Appel swung on and fouled back out of play. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone. It's 2-1. Nationals still lead the Mets 5-1. That game is in the bottom of the 8th, and the Nationals are still threatening. They have runners on first and second with 2 away. They are 3 outs away from giving the Mets a loss. The 2-1 pitch to Rosario swung on and fouled back. Again, it's 2-2. These same two teams are back at it tomorrow. 12:20 first pitch. It will be Charlie Morton versus Zach Wheeler. Runs will be hard to come by as we have had a hard time with Wheeler. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Dancing out of the way is Rosario. It's 3-2. That's good. Atlanta got the first win of this series. Tomorrow is going to be a difficult one. Hopefully, Charlie Morton pitches a better day game in Atlanta than he did in Philly last week. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded to the second base side, backhanding it and making the play is Didi Gregorius, who was playing second base area. He throws it over to first, and there's one away. They were playing Rosario to pull, so Didi was playing in the second base area, was stopped playing deep right, and Boneby is lonesome over it between third and second. William Contreras comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. Contreras 1 for 2. A run and a walk. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Slider taken all the way. It's 1-1. They are heading to the top of the 9th inning. Washington leads at 5-1. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball taken for a strike, top of the top shelf. It's 1-2. I beg your pardon. They've come back onto the field. They are not heading to the 9th inning there. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 7th, middle of the order for the Phillies. The Braves lead it 9-1. Looks like Strider's going back out to add to his strikeout total.
A wise guy, huh?
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice? Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have 6-packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh, yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low-cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
I'm bad at sex. There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I'm further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider is going back out there for the top of the 7th. He's pitched an incredible game. You kind of hate to send him out there just because he's been so dominant with such a big lead, you'd like to see him just go get a cold one, but he will go back out there to face Real Muto. Now, he has tied his career high in strikeouts with 12 that he got earlier this year. First pitch to Real Muto is swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Strider is at 92 pitches. It's a little bit of a head scratcher that they're sending him back out there, but the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, and that ball into the dirt and to the backstop we go. It's 1-1. Think it was the slider. Man, it bounced. About a 55-footer that took off and went to the back wall. The 1-1 from Strider. Here's the pitch in off the plate and wide. It's 2-1. Mariners have taken a 7-6 lead over the Yankees. That game's in the bottom of the seventh in a seesaw battle. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled down the line. 98-mile-an-hour heater, and it's 2-2. Strider on the 2-2 pitch. The windup lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike three, and that's 13 strikeouts for Spencer Strider. His career high, and yowza. How can you take this man out of the rotation? I just don't think it's feasible. I would much rather see them go to a 6-man rotation. I think you're doing your opponent a favor. This is a good hitting Philly team, and he is mowing them down. Here's Castellanos, and the first pitch is a comebacker to the mound. Strider's got it, hops on it, fires it to first, and there's quickly 2 away. Strider now at 97 pitches. He may get through 7 innings after all. How about that home run watching the Bronx keeping an eye on Aaron Judge, who was on pace to beat Roger Maris's home run record. It is the American League record. It is the Yankees record. And for my mind, it is the Major League record. The first pitch is swung on by Hall, and he ropes it into center field, gets down for a single, and it's a 2-out single for Derek Hall, and 2 away. Good hard hit pitch by Hall. And Snicker's going to waddle out to the mound and bring Strider out of the game. See, he doesn't want any more damage. Spencer Strider is getting a standing ovation, and well, he should. 13 strikeouts, 7 2/3 innings, and 1 earned run. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Braves lead at 9-1, and the bullpen doors are opening for Tyler Matzik.
Hey, this isn't my coffee. Where's my finely ground quinoa blend from Starbucks?
That's it. Definitely put an eggshell and some allspice in it.
Didn't that just dress it up? Let us get something clear. I am not a morning person. I have to ease into my day slowly. First, I have my coffee. Sans eggshells or anything else one tends to pick out of the garbage.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You know the guy's names on the baseball team? Well, go ahead. Who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the guy's name.
Who?
The guy playing first.
Who?
The guy playing first base.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 9-1. Tyler Matzik is in for Spencer Strider as his night is done, but what a night he had. First pitch from Matzik is a fastball, top shelf, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Strider still on the hook for the man on first, so we'll wait till that is retired. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouls down the left field line, bending out of play. Giving chase is Rosario. But it goes into the crowd. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Slider. Did he go? He did not. It's 1-2. Slider was in the dirt. By the way, it is a final in Washington, D.C. The Nationals have put down the Mets 5-1, knocking down the Mets and Jacob deGrom in his season debut. So the Braves inch closer to the Mets. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. It's 2-2. If the Braves can hold on here, they will be 2.5 back of the New York Mets. As the Braves and Mets are on a collision course for Thursday night, a 5-game series in New York. The 2-2 swing and hammered into right field. It's down for a base hit, going first to third, and he'll get in there is Hall. A 2-out single by Stott. And they got runners on the corners and 2 away. That'll bring up to the plate Matt Vierling. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts on the night. The first pitch on the way from Matzik is swung on and grounded to Riley. Riley fires it over to second. Arcia's got it. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's 9-1 Hot Atlanta.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2,
to the players by their first names. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the ground. I see the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. It's really don't care this today.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 9-1 as we head to the bottom of the seventh inning. Atlanta. You know, I'm really surprised that, I'll be honest with you, I'm very surprised that Heredia made the cut at the trading deadline. I thought Atlanta would make a move to help their outfield. Really surprised by that. Look, I love Heredia and what he brings to the clubhouse, but he at this point is just a decent glove and a pinch runner. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. It's Ozuna, Arcia, and Michael Harris coming to the plate. Ozuna digs in, and the first pitch for Morales of the night is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Morales is inside, misses high with the slider. It's 1-1. Braves scored 6 runs in the 5th inning. The 1-1 for Morales swung on and hammered high and deep, but bending foul and out of play. It's 1-2. Ozuna's bat is starting to heat up. Braves could use some runs from him and get Acuna going, get Michael Harris back to where he was a few weeks ago. Strider, by the way, as the 1-2 pitch from Morales is on the way and misses inside slider, and it's 1-2. Francisco Morales, who replaced Mark Appel. There was also another substitution. Garrett Stubbs replaced JT Real Muto. The 2-2 pitch from Morales is swung on and just banged foul out of play. It's 2-2. Spencer Strider's night is done and in the books. 6 2/3 innings, only 3 hits allowed, 1 run, 1 walk, and 13 strikeouts for the youngster from Clemson. The 2-2 on the way. Morales. He deals and swung on and hit high and deep and going back. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. It's 10-1 Atlanta. I've been saying it all night. Marcell Ozuna's bat is heating up. The month of August might be his month. 10-1. That ball got out in a hurry. And it's what Atlanta has needed. Some run production other than Riley and Swanson and Olsen. Get some of these other bats going. And speaking of that, Orlando Arcia, who hit a 2-run home run last time up, he's coming to the plate. Ozuna timed that pitch perfectly. Had that bat on a level swing, not that round swing that he tends to do and gets in trouble with. Here's the 97-mile-an-hour fastball first pitch to Arcia, taken all the way at the knees, and it's 0-1. Braves 10, Phillies 1. The Mets have already lost. The 0-1 misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Dodgers and Giants have started their series. It is scoreless in the second inning. Giants are going to have to get really hot to make a dent into the wild card race. The 1-1 pitch misses inside for a ball. It's 2-1. Very, very shocked that the Giants did not sell at the deadline. Just not much of a chance of them catching the Phillies and the Cardinals. The 2-1 pitch misses low and outside. It's 3-1. But if you're a Giants fan, you got to love that as a fan, that they did not just give up. You see what the Baltimore Orioles did. They're right there in the thick of the race. They're just 3 games out of the wild card, and they sold. A 3-1 pitch, swing and hit high and deep into left field, going back on the warning track at Schwarber. He'll make the catch right there at the wall. And there's one away. Arcia came close to a second home run. That ball died just at the warning track. Schwarber had it played perfectly. See what the Orioles did? They traded Trey Mancini, one of their better power bats, and then their closer. You're trying to get into the playoffs, and they traded their closer at the deadline. Sending Lopez packing as Michael Harris comes in and swings at the first pitch, grounds it to the right-hand side, and it is scooped up by Stott. He flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. Stott flipped it over to Alec Boehm, who has slipped over to first base. Rhys Hoskins coming out of the game. Edmundo Sosa, who the Phillies just made a trade for from the Cardinals, has arrived, and he is playing third base, giving some of the guys a break. Ronald Acuna Jr. swings at the first pitch, and it's a grounder to short. Gregorius has it. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before Marcell Ozuna slams one over the wall to make it 10-1 Atlanta. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Everybody's attention for 1 minute. It's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Big girls need love too.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers.
Hey there, pal. First draft? What can you tell? Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. And don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later. Cool, thanks. And one more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, the blessing.
want to thank God. Going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Armchair.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper full.
Hey, how are you? Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 10-1. Tyler Matzik will go back out for the 8th inning, get some more work in here. The Braves have some arms headed their way. The first pitch on the way from Matzik is a fastball high and inside. It's 1-0. Of course, this would be Jesse Chavez territory. Chavez was sent to the Angels in the deal, getting as the 1-0 pitch is swung on, hit on the ground. Arcia's got it. He flips it over to first, and Gregorius is retired. There's one away. Tucker Davidson and Jesse Chavez sent to the Angels for Raciel Iglesias, hard throwing right-hander, the closer for the Angels. Of course, he was a closer for the Reds for many years. This will bring Kyle Schwarber to the plate. Schwarber 0 for 2, swing and just gets a piece of that one, ricochets off of Contreras' glove. It's 0-1. That seesaw battle in the Bronx at 7-6, bottom of the 8th. Seattle leads it in New York. If you're just joining us, the Mets lost earlier. If the Braves hold on here, we will get within 2.5 games of the Mets in first place. The 0-1 fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Big 5-game series, Braves and Mets in New York. Remember, there's still 7 more games in Atlanta between the Braves and Mets as we wind down the season. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Very odd that 2 teams in the same division still have 12 games left. In the beginning of August. That's where we stand, and how these 2 teams fare each other in those 12 games may decide the division. The 1-2 to Schwarber. Contreras sets up outside, swung on and hammered foul down the first base line towards the Braves dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Of course, the Braves still have one more long road trip out on the West Coast. But they'll see the A's and the Mariners. The 1-2 off the plate misses wide. Slider, and it's 2-2. Looking at the Braves schedule in the month of August, after the Mets, we will then go to Boston. The 2-2 misses wide for a ball. Slider again. It's 3-2. So after that 5-game series, we do get the 1 day off in between that and Boston. A 2-game series in Boston, both night games. We'll have the Tuesday night game. We're off Thursday. And then we have to play a 4-game series in 3 days in Miami. The 3-2 hit hard, but foul down the right field line. We'll do it again. Full count to Kyle Schwarber. And when we come out of that series, we will then have 4 at home against the Mets and 3 at home against the Astros, playing a total of, as a 3-2 pitch from Matzik to Schwarber. He kicks and deals and misses high and inside, ball 4. Schwarber will head down to first. If you count those 4 games in 3 days, and then the Mets and Houston series, they then go to Pittsburgh for 3. The Braves will play 14 games in 13 days. Snicker's coming out, and he's going to take out Tyler Matzik. Jackson Stevens coming out of the pen. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Stevens will try to shut it down. We'll be back in a flash.
Are you okay, pal?
I had a rough day on the job.
Are you going home now?
Was about to.
Well then, you just fulfilled the first rule of law enforcement. Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Well, there's been so much going on. We have so much to talk about tonight, so let's just get right to it. All righty.
Church lady, I'm not going to whitewash it. I let my church down, and I let my family down.
And didn't we let something else down, like our trousers?
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Jackson Stevens comes into the game, 2.65 ERA and 34 innings, 24 appearances. The big righty will face Edmundo Sosa, who was just acquired by from the Cardinals today, and got on the first flight, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Sosa batting 189 on the year with 8 RBI. The 0-1 pitch is fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Time for birthdays. Happy 25th birthday to Tristan McKenzie, the right-hander from the Cleveland Guardians. Good pitcher if you haven't seen him pitch before. The 0-2 pitch from Stevens, swung on and just gets a piece of it, grounds it foul in between catcher and home plate, but it goes plenty foul. Stevens picks it up and tosses it to the side. It's 0-2. Remember Grady Sizemore? What could have been? Grady turns 40 years old today. Remember at one point he was that 5-tool star that everyone thought was just going to. He's another one of those players where everyone just tells you they're on their way to the Hall of Fame after one good season. Just could not stay healthy. Incredible talent for the Cleveland Indians at the time. So Stevens gets set for the 0-2 pitch. He kicks and deals, and he hits Sosa, the fastball, right on the inside part of his padding on his left elbow, and he'll head down to first. Actually, it was a little farther inside that. I guess it was right there in the rib cage area, right in between the ribs and the armpit. So runners on first and second with one away. Happy 56th birthday to Tim Wakefield, the great knuckleballer. Finished his career with 200 wins. Happy 39th birthday to Houston Street. 324 lifetime saves. That brings Alec Boehm to the plate, who's 0 for 3. Runners on first and second, one away. Righty versus righty matchup. Jackson Stevens kicks and deals, and the curveball swung on and missed. Had Boehm fishing for days. It's 0-1. Kevin Smith, actor and director of Clerks fame. He is 52 years old today. And remember Victoria Jackson from Saturday Night Live? As the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. Good backhand by Contreras. It's 1-1. Victoria Jackson from Saturday Night Live. She is 63 today. And that's your birthdays. The 1-1 pitch to Boehm. Fastball way outside. Ball 2, it's 2-1. Stevens coming on unraveled here a little bit. Runners on first and second. One away. The 2-1 pitch from Stevens. Swing and fouls it back out of play. Behind home plate, it's 2-2. Mets lost to the Nationals 5-1 tonight. So the Braves are 3 games out of first place. If they win, hold on here, they will be just 2.5 going into tomorrow. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Knuckle curve got him fishing on the outer edge, and there's 2 outs with 2 on. Some interesting stats here for you from some of the harder hit balls today. First of all, that ball that Arcia almost hit out, 95 miles an hour off the bat, and it went 350 feet. So that leaves the yard in some of the stadiums. But the Marcell Ozuna home run last inning. Listen to this. This is the first pitch to Stubbs, who is in the game now. So he takes over at catcher, Garrett Stubbs, for Real Muto on the left side of the plate. Marcell Ozuna hit that ball 445 feet, leaving the yard at 110 miles an hour. Wow. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. It's 1-1. Fastball top of the zone. Stubbs could not catch up. The Orlando Arcia home run versus Nabel, 415 feet and 104 miles an hour off the bat. The 1-1 curveball right there at the knees. It's a knee buckler, and it's 1-2. The double that Marcell Ozuna hit off of Bilotti, that was 103 off the bat. So he's really starting to get his groove. The 1-2 swing and just gets a piece of it, fouls it off the plate over towards the first base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Stevens, fastball way high, way wide. Good catch by Contreras. That ball almost went to the backstop. Contreras had to leap to his feet to keep it from going past him. And even count it 2-2. The 2-2. Top of the zone, misses wide, changeup high. It's 3-2. So now Stevens will have the runners on the move with 2 away. A full count. Jackson Stevens. And the 3-2. He kicks and deals, curveball hammered down the first base line, foul, well foul over the first base dugout. We'll get it going again at 3-2. Schwarber and Sosa will be on the move. Anything gets in the gap, Sosa would definitely score from first. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back fastball. 94 miles an hour, just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves 10, Phillies 1. Atlanta would like to make quick work of Philadelphia, as they have some of their arms en route. Sending Jesse Chavez over in the package. I can't imagine. Iglesias may be there by tonight. The 3-2 pitch, did he go around? He did not. Ball 4. Pitch was in the dirt. Looked like the changeup, and the bases are loaded with 2 away. And Nick Castellanos coming to the plate. No, they had already given this Castellanos, they'd already pinch hit for him. So it's actually going to be Munoz coming up to the plate. And Munoz takes the first pitch, curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. Yairo Munoz pinch hitting for Castellanos. Righty-righty matchup. Little surprising. They would take one of their better sticks out of the lineup, but guess they want to give them a rest with the 10-1 deficit. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. Good pitch by Stevens. It's 0-2. You missed the news earlier today. The Braves added a power arm in their bullpen. Raciel Iglesias. The 0-2 pitch misses outside, wide for a ball. It's 1-2. And they added Jake Odorizzi to the rotation from the Houston Astros, trading Tucker Davidson, Will Smith, and Jesse Chavez. The 1-2, curveball in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Stevens gets out there in front on these batters, then he just paints himself in a corner. He's got to get to the point where he believes in his stuff. and comes right at him with 2 strikes. So now you got runners on the bases are loaded. 2-2 pitch, 2 out. The 2-2 swung on and grounded over towards short. Dansby's got it. He fires it over across the infield, just beating Munoz, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves will grab the bats. They lead 10-1. Swanson, Olsen, and Riley coming to the dish.
Bowling's insane. Bowling is crazy time. Bowling? I don't think so, George. You get no rush from bowling. Rush? You want to rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see visions.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to hit
Pop stars with auto tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 10-1. As the bats got hot tonight. And Spencer Strider, what a game he had, 13 strikeouts. Morales is back out there to pitch for the Phillies for the bottom of the 8th, and he'll throw to Swanson, who takes the first pitch that was a little off the plate, but a wide strike zone with a 10-1 game. It's 0-1. Swanson digs in on the 0-1 pitch. They set up outside and fastball off the plate below the knees. It's 1-1. Dansby Swanson 3 for 4 on the night. He's had a heck of a night too. Braves have put 13 hits up on the board, 10 runs. The 1-1 from to Swanson is they set up outside and off the plate. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery from Morales off the plate wide. It's 3-1. Got a very strong throw. Home plate umpire Welke is now saying that it is 2-2. I don't know about that. So I don't know which one he called. Anyways, 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 3-2. Did he go around? He did not. Boston leads Houston 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Seattle leads the Yankees in the Bronx 7-6. That game is in the top of the 9th. The 3-2 pitch to Swanson. Morales kicks and deals way off the plate wide, ball 4. And it's a leadoff walk for Lieutenant Dan. That brings Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson. Relatively quiet night. He did walk earlier and scored a run, but he's 0 for 3. The strikeout. 4 left on base by Olson. First pitch to Olson is in the dirt. Did that get him? Looked like he got it on his foot. Is he okay? He's hobbling around. Winds around first, rounds around home plate. Looks like he's going to be okay. So that ball got him on the instep towards the outer edge of the shoe. It looked like it got him flush, so hopefully he's okay. The quick turnaround day game tomorrow. Wonder how that foot will feel in the morning. Little surprised they're not pulling him out of the game right now and give him a rest. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, he's 1 for 4 with a single in the second. Now batting 300 on the year, this 10-year extension that he signed on Monday. First pitch to Riley is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Austin Riley sitting at 29 home runs. Got to be in the conversation for the National League MVP. The 1-0 inside, ball 2, 2-0. And I know I'm a bit of a broken record, but I do feel like he was robbed last year, that he was the National League MVP. He just did not have the name. And so most people voted for Bryce Harper because of the name. But if you looked at what they did down the stretch, it's a no-brainer. The 2-0, high ball 3. It's 3-0 to Riley. Not only did Harper not do much down the stretch the last month or so of the season, I'll always remember that final series against the Braves. He went 0 for 11, and the Phillies got swept, and that ended the Phillies' chance of winning that division. The 3-0 pitch is wide, ball 4. Bases are loaded for Eddie Rosario. And I'm sorry, I have a hard time voting anyone for MVP of the league who doesn't show up in the big spots. His team didn't make the playoffs. That's number one. I already had an issue with voting anyone whose team doesn't make the playoffs, because how valuable can you be? But when you don't show up in the big series against your division rival, Eddie Rosario, the first pitch is swung on and rifled into right field. It's a worm burner. Swanson's going to score, and so is Matt Olson. It's 12-1 Atlanta. They sent Olson around. I wasn't sure if they were going to send him or not. With such a large lead and him just getting hit on the foot, but he must be running okay. Eddie Rosario, how in the world do you pick a player of the game tonight? He's had a heck of a ball game. Olson slid into home. He didn't really need to slide. Man, if you get Rosario and you get Ozuna hot with this lineup, this could be scary. First pitch to Contreras, bases. You still have runners on the corners and nobody out. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. William Contreras 1 for 3 on the night. The 0-1 pitch to William is swung on and grounded to short. It's going to be a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. The run will score. So Riley gets a run scored to his name. Contreras will not get an RBI because it was a double play. But the Braves nonetheless lead it 13-1. In the Bronx, Seattle has jumped out. They are now up 8-6. Tomorrow, I believe, is the Seattle debut for Luis Castillo against the Yankees in New York, and he pitched phenomenally against the Yankees last week in New York when he was a member of the Reds. Ozuna steps up. He's 3 for 4 on the night. He takes the first pitch wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So now that the dust has settled on the trading deadline, the rosters are pretty much the rosters now. It's time for that stretch run to October. The 1-0 pitch. Inside ball 2. It's 2-0. Marcell Ozuna, 3 for 4 on the night with 2 RBIs. He hit a home run, a double. The 2-0 pitch to Ozuna, fastball inside. It's 2-1. Ozuna, a triple away from the cycle. Can't imagine he could get a triple, but you never know. The 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. That ain't going to do it. It's a 5-3 put out. Sosa fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before Atlanta puts 3 more on the board. 13-1. We head to the top of the 9th.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jackson Stevens is going to try to finish this game out already at 23 pitches. The first pitch is a fastball right down the middle. Derek Hall, he's taking for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and fouled down the third base line. It's 0-2 to the designated hitter. The 0-2 pitch from Stevens. He kicks, winds, and deals. Curveball fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. We're back with you on a special Thursday night edition this week. Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves at the New York Mets. And then we'll also be here Friday night. The 0-2 swing popped up, can of corn in the infield. Underneath it is Matt Olson. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. I don't know what he did, but Marcia got a kick out of it, laughing. That'll bring Stott to the plate. Bryson Stott, relatively quiet, 1 for 3 with the single tonight. And the first pitch is in the dirt, curveball. It's 1-0. Remember, Stott's the one that hit that go-ahead home run in Philadelphia last week when we had a 4-3 lead and hit that 3-run shot off of AJ Minter. 1-0. Fastball, top shelf, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves ended up losing that game 6-4. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard, but right at Swanson. Swanson's got it. He'll fire it over to first, 6-3 put out. And the Braves are 1 out away from getting within 2.5 games of the New York Mets. Braves 13, Phillies 1. Back at it tomorrow at 12:20 Eastern. First pitch is a fastball, just misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball misses outside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 delivery from Stevens swung on and missed. Fastball, and Veerling's helmet came off, popped right off and slammed onto the plate. You got a 2-1 count to Veerling. The 2-1 outside misses. It's 3-1. The 3-1 inside ball 4, a 2-out walk and a blowout by Stevens will send hopefully the final batter to the plate in the form of D.G. Gregorius. D.D. Gregorius is 0 for 3 with the lineout, strikeout, and ground out. First pitch, he hammers high and deep down the right field line into the second deck, but plenty foul, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit into center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris. He'll put it away, and that's your ball game. The Atlanta Braves beat the Philadelphia Phillies 13-1 in a game where Spencer Strider, though with all the offense, has to be your player of the game. Spencer Strider, 6 2/3, 3 hits allowed, 13 strikeouts. He gets the win as Blooper flies the winning flag, and the Braves get within 2.5 of the New York Mets. Strider goes to 6-3. Nelson takes the loss. He falls to 3-2. In the game, Arcia and Ozuna both hit home runs. Ozuna and Rosario both with doubles. A game that saw Matt Olson scoring twice, Rosario going 3 for 5 with 5 RBI, Ozuna going 3 for 5, and Dansby Swanson going 3 for 4. The Atlanta Braves win it 13-1, 13 runs, 14 hits, no errors. Philadelphia, 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. We will be back at it Thursday night. Braves Mets, bringing you Thursday and Friday night's game. The Braves play tomorrow. It's an afternoon tilt. Braves 13, Phillies 1. Enjoy your evening. Thank you for tuning in to Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get